Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special Sunday stream. I am joined here by Craig Davenport. How you doing, Craig?
Doing wonderful, Andrew. How about yourself?
Doing fantastic. We've got a really exciting day today. We are going to be casting over the Gym Leader Challenge Championship Series finals between Ben Morse and Alex Carpenter. These players faced off all year. We had a Gym Leader Challenge leaderboard where badges were earned throughout the year to see who would be the player that finished the year with the most badges. And at the beginning of the year, this is our first time doing it. We didn't know how many badges players would get. Didn't know who would win. Didn't know if there'd be a tie. I hadn't necessarily planned on like how we were going to break a tie because I didn't even know if there was going to be a tie. So we were kind of just like winging it. And sure enough, Ben Morse and Alex both finished with 8 badges. The way that the system works is that you compete each week in our weekly Gym Leader Challenge League tournament at Full Grip Games. And if you win with a type of Gym Leader Challenge deck, then you earn that type's badge. So both of these players won with 8 different types of decks. Ben won with each type except for fire and fighting, and Alex won with each type except for grass and fighting. So there was a slight discrepancy there between the badges earned, and now both players are going to be duking it out in a best of 7 conquest. So each player's brought 4 of their favorite decks to try and take down the title of the first ever Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge champion. Now, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match that we've got here, Craig, and the decks that each player brought to the table?
I think this is going to be really good, best of 7. I know they both brought, we were just talking about, they both brought, Psychic, Colorless, and Dark, but then there's a little discrepancy there where Alex has his favorite Lightning Spread deck, and then Ben has a Hydro Pump Water list. Interesting matchup there we might have. You know, obviously I think Ben's playing a lot of bench barrier because he knows how much Alex likes spread. So with that in mind, those matchups might start getting a little interesting. But I think this is a really good matchup. I know early on Ben got out to kind of an early lead after a while throughout the season, and then Alex caught up very quickly towards the end. He easily could have had a 9th badge with grass because he was able to, pop off one week and get the fire badge. That was pretty good. Grass is not a bad type. Alex doesn't really like grass or water, so like those 2 decks where water was really tough for him, took him a long time. He might have used somebody at this table's deck, not me. And grass was a good option for him, so it was very close, nail biter all the way to the end of the season.
It really was.
Because you were right there too. You could have popped off and gotten, and we had a 3-way tie at 8, which would have been even more confusing.
I don't even know how we would have resolved that. Yes. There was a lot of drama, ups and downs throughout the season. It was a ton of fun. I mean, this season we've been competing for this title since this time last year. So a full 12 months we've been competing at League. And, I was the first player to 7 badges. Ben was in an early lead, but I was the first player to 7 badges. And then Ben caught back up and tied me at 7 and then won an 8th with Dragon. And that was like, I was stuck at Dragon, Fire, and Fighting, and I could not, for 2 months, I could not get a win with Dragon, Fire, or Fighting. I had tried all 3. I really had tried my hand at all 3 of them and just wasn't getting there. I'd finished in top 4 with Dragon a couple of times, but couldn't seal the deal. And then Alex really came out with a huge comeback in the season. I mean, he was always competitive and had 4 or 5 badges pretty reasonably by the middle of the season. But then really when it came to clutch time, he was definitely putting up results and was able to get himself in a finals here. It does look like both players are just about ready. So we're going to get down to the table and see which decks these 2 chose for their first game. So let's get some hype going in the chat for both Ben and Alex as they compete for the title of 2024 Gym Leader Challenge champion here at Full Grip Games.
If only we could figure out based on the sleeve colors which ones they've got. I don't think either of them are playing grass, so that's not really going to help. All right, here we go. Ooh. Psychic and colorless.
And they are off. It looks like Ben is going to be going first, so I have to guess that Alex won the flip and chose to go second. He's playing his trusty colorless deck, and Ben is playing his psychic deck. I think a lot of players consider Psychic to be one of the best decks in the format. I mean, all four of these decks are decks that players could argue are some of the best decks in the format. Right?
Easily. I think each one of these decks have a choice or a chance to be the best on any given day. I mean, it doesn't look like Ben had a whole lot going on there. He town mapped without a deck search. It looks like Wobbuffet's in the prizes. It's not too bad, all things considered. You do kind of want that Wobbuffet to slow down the draw engine of the colorless list here. Because you can see Alex is just turboing through so quickly already.
I am so excited about the card that I just saw Alex rip off of that Instruct. We had been talking about this, and he told me at League this week that he cut Winona from his deck. And I was like, no, dude, no. Like, all you have to do is set up. And here it is. Turn 1 Winona. All you have to do is set up. And the more games that you set up, the more games that you're going to be able to win of Gym Leader Challenge. Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton monotype format. That means you can only play one of each card in your deck, and you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck. And in a format like that, with those deck building limitations, being able to just go search your deck for the one-ofs, especially the Pokemon you need to set up your board, is so essential.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, like, he just got, Minccino, Bidoof, and he's already got, Squovit, Oranguru. The whole colorless draw engine's already out there with, the escape rope from Ben putting, one of his draw Pokemon in the active kind of hurt a little bit, but Ben doesn't have anything else much going on, right? He has just Inkay and had to escape rope pass. Looks like he's got Clavel. That's pretty good, actually. Get a little bit set up going. That would be kind of ideal to match a little bit what Alex has had going on over there on that side of the board. That Winona turn 1, really good. We know he's got Bibarel in hand for next turn, and Ben's not disrupting that hand. So Alex is probably going to do a really good job of being able to get set up here. Doesn't look like Ben's prized a whole lot, right? You've got Colress, you got some supporters. Rare Candy in there is kind of tough, but those are some good. Ooh, that's a good play right there. I like that. Off the Clavel, since these cards go to your hand, you can get 3 Pokemon under 120 HP, and then they'll all go to your hand, 3 basic Pokemon. And then in doing that, right, he picked the Ralts, the Tinkatink, and the Marshadow. So getting that Marshadow, he can let loose and send the Bibarel back into the deck, right? So that's a really good disruption play while still being able to set up. And he's got the Mystery Energy for the Necrozma, that special laser attack. That's going to be really good. This is actually a really good second turn for Ben here, I think. Let's see. He's thinking about something, though.
Is he going to send the let loose? I think that's what he's weighing right now. Does he want to see 4 new cards, or does he like this hand that he has? Obviously, Alex has a certain amount of strength on board already, considering he's got that Squovit and Oranguru set up. And the Squovit and Oranguru combined means that even if Alex's hand gets disrupted, he's always going to be able to use Squovit to put his hand to the bottom of the deck with that Nest Dash ability, and then can use Oranguru's Instruct ability to fill his hand to 3. So he always has that. It looks like Ben did just pass to Alex, and Alex is going to attach double colorless energy to Oranguru to Instruct, and then may decide to use Squovit to put his hand on the bottom of the deck, and then use Bibarel's Industrious Incisors ability to fill his hand back up to 5.
I think I saw Teammates in Ben's hand also, so he might be kind of hoping, to get the Inkay knocked out, actually, and in doing that, be able to set up even further, right? Like, he would have some things he can set up, but I like your point, right? he's got so much draw on board already. The early Mars Shadow isn't actually that helpful. Let's see. Looks like Alex just passed it back after playing Chaotic Swell. Thinking about attaching energy to that Inkay there. What else?
I'm curious about... Oh, and Ben just decides to rip the research, get the psychic energy into the discard pile. That's going to allow it to be accelerated into play with Malamar's psychic recharge ability, which I do like. And Ben finds the Parallel City off of that research, and that is going to be a huge card in this matchup.
Let's see. I think he had 2 psychic energy in hand. He could have attached to the Necrozma there. I would have liked to have seen that, because I don't think you're going to want to attach Retreat off the Inkay, because otherwise you're going to have to put yourself in a position where you can't psychic recharge off the Malamar to accelerate the energy. Let's see. I think he's trying to just, he's trying to set that board up even further, right? Like he's getting the Curly out. Looks like he's going to get, the Malamar. So that's good. Malamar's got 2 retreat though, so unless he has Floatstone in hand, it's going to be a little tough to move that Malamar once you get him evolved.
Yes, it is. I'm a little bit questioning why Ben decided to attach that double colorless energy to the active Oranguru. Does he really expect to start getting in there with Oranguru's attack? Lugia and Cyclizar are both there on the bench looking like they are wanting for some energy. This is definitely a slow start from Alex. I mean, it seemed like with the turn 1 Winona that he pretty much had everything he could want. But I'm also realizing, even though Ben drew into that Parallel City, Alex has Chaotic Swell in play.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's going to be tough, right? That he's going to need to find the Field Blower if he wants to try and get that Swell out of there. But you also don't want to use your Field Blower too early, since I think Alex, he just uses the Parallel to bump the Chaotic Swell. Maybe, I think he has Lusamine in the deck, so he might be able to find that later and get Parallel back to try and limit the bench on Alex's side if he's so inclined. Parallel is a really devastating card in Gym Leader Challenge. I feel like you can devastate a lot of board setups that way. Let's see. All right, he's attaching the energy, and then he's to the Necrozma and Psychic Recharge to the Tinkatink, trying to set up a board where it's consistent across the way, right? So then he has multiple options should Alex try to gust something up here. I think Oranguru's attack does 60 for base plus 20 for each energy attached to your opponent.
Yep.
So I think maybe he was thinking he could get a quick psychic, or what, I don't know what the attack is, but you get the 60 plus 20 for the knockout on the Inkay there. Would have been good, but I think Ben had a lot of outs to get the evolution there, so I have to think maybe he's just trying to hope to retreat. Looks like he's played Guzhala and is getting to discard a Fire Energy and Nest Ball to search out what he has. Fighting Fury Belt down and Powerful Colorless Energy. Those are some good ones. No Stadium card it looks like he's trying to pull out now. Guzhala is a really strong card. I like in this format a lot. There's a lot of relying on tools, special energy, stadiums. There's stadium battles, tool battles, all these big HP buff cards in the colorless list. They're big. You want to make your Snorlax as big as possible, right? Right now, Alex doesn't seem that he has Snorlax on bench, but you can put that Fighting Fury Belt on your Cyclizar or your Lugia, and it's
the Oranguru with the Fighting Fury Belt. And we were just saying that Oranguru does base 60 plus 20 more for each energy attached to the defending Pokemon. I was thinking to myself, Malamar doesn't have any energy attached to it. But
this is the way to do it.
With the buff from the Powerful Colorless Energy and the buff from the Fighting Fury Belt, that Oranguru is now hitting for base 90, which is going to knock out Malamar. So now the question of why are we attaching to Oranguru, I guess because Oranguru can get in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting in the paint. He's going to take out this Malamar. That's a good Pokemon for Alex to take out. You're going to slow down some of the recycling energy that Ben would have access to. It's not exactly the most advantageous board state, I feel like, because you Ben's one attachment away from going up with this Necrozma, who's got the special energy on there, and his special laser attack, which is 2 psychic and a colorless, and it will for 100 plus 60 with free if he has a special energy attached. He's going to start doing 160 to anything on Alex's side of the board. And right now, Oranguru is the only one who's got anything popped on him to do, return next turn. Now, these colorless lists lately are all trying to focus more on playing a lot of fire energy, so you can cycle Raihan, Mela, and then use the double energies to build up follow-up attackers. So it's not outside of the realm of possibilities for Alex to get powered up once this Oranguru goes down, but this Necrozma might be able to just, start taking a lot of prizes here.
Yeah, so Ben has the Malamar knocked out. Alex takes the first prize of the Conquest with Orangaru's Psychic Attack, dealing 90 damage. But we have to imagine that Necrozma is going to be coming up with that Psychic Laser. It deals 160 damage if Necrozma has a special energy attached. And we can see already that there is a mystery energy attached. And I think you called it, Craig.
Yeah, that Lucamine's coming in. There's that teammate he researched away earlier, and he's getting parallel now. This parallel is really going to hurt because he's going to be able to limit Alex's bench. Oh, and he takes the Lugia and the Minchina, I think that was. Yeah. And he's going to leave himself the driving buddy, Cyclizar, now that this Oranguru is going down thanks to Special Laser. Ben is going to take the Rescue Stretcher off the prizes. Thanks to that town map, he can pick whichever prize he wants. It's a really nice spot to be in when you play the town map. We'll see how Alex is able to respond here. He's got the Driving Buddy Cyclizar in the active, which with that in mind, the Driving Buddy attack, I think, is 3 colorless and does 140 damage if you've played a supporter this turn. There's no energy on Cyclizar right now, so that's not really looking like the most feasible stand right here. But he's going to quick ball and get the Snorlax out. Snorlax is a great guy in the colorless deck. He is one of the strongest cards in the Gym Leader Challenge format, in my opinion. 150 hit points, and he does 180 damage for 3 energy. He is just, that thumping snore attack is threatening no matter what deck you're playing. With the Squovit and the Bibarel, though, on Alex's side of the board, he's got plenty of draw to find a Raihan or a Mela. He's got Pokegear that's going to help him dig a little bit here as well.
Alex does need just so much to respond this turn. And this is one of the weaknesses of the colorless deck, but he does find the Mela. That's step one. But that's not it. He's not out of the water yet. He's got Mela, which can accelerate a fire energy from the discard pile to his Snorlax. But Snorlax's Thumping Snore attack costs 3 energy. So he is going to have to find one of his double energies in order to fulfill the attack cost of Thumping Snore. So he will have to draw into either a twin energy or a double turbo energy. We saw he already used his double colorless energy on the Oranguru, but he is going to have to find one of those other pieces. But then he's still not out of it because he has to pivot this Cyclizar out of the active spot, and the Cyclizar has a retreat cost of 1. So he will have to find either Floatstone or U-turn board. But if he can put all of that together and get the Snorlax into the active spot with 3 energy, well, then I think that, maybe then... but we see, okay, he's not. He decides he's just going to go for the Cyclizar instead, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he still needed to find the double energy there, which I don't think he did. He found another fire energy, but he's got level ball. I don't think he had Squovited this turn yet. I don't know what else he has in his hand. I kind of would have liked to have seen him. Well, he couldn't Squovit before playing the Mela. That would have been tough.
So what he's going to do is he used the Mela. He found it off a gear.
Yep.
And he filled his hand to 6 with the Mela. Now he's going to use Squovit, put his hand at the bottom, and then Industrious Incisors to try and find the twin energy. What's a little bit sketchy about this is that he has to find the twin energy. The double turbo, or the double turbo energy will not do it because Cyclizar's Driving Buddies attack only does 140 damage, minus the 20 debuff from Double Turbo, and that's only 120 damage. Necrozma has 130 hit points.
Yep, there's not really any way for him to ping any damage in this deck, and we've already seen that he's used the Fighting Fury Belt, right, on the Oranguru, trying to take that knockout early. I mean, worst case, he can ram for 30, but that's not really where you want to be, right? Like it's going to be a tough spot.
And he does find the double turbo energy, like I said. There it is, and it's not enough. Oh, Driving Buddy does 70 plus 70 more if you played a supporter. The supporter has been played already. I mean, it's Mela, right? So he's doing 140 damage, but that double turbo energy provides 2 colorless energy at the cost of decreasing the attack power by 20. So now Alex has a decision to make, and I think I like this best.
Yep, you're going to power up that Snorlax for a later turn.
And the Ram.
Yep.
For 30. But that means that Necrozma is hanging on and is going to get to swing with its powerful special laser attack again. And this means that Ben is really going to be taking a pretty sizable lead in this game.
Trade away that N. That's good. Yeah. I mean, Necrozma is one of the best attackers in the Psychic list. He is able to just take a lot of knockouts consistently. And you play so many special energies, like counter. You've got counter, Dimension Valley. There's so many options to get Necrozma powered up. And if he can survive a turn or two, yep, that's good.
Oh my goodness. And here comes the Bibarel. Now this is a little bit risky on Ben's part. I don't think I love this because one of the biggest weaknesses of the colorless deck is getting those energy on the attackers. Really, draw power is not so much of a problem, especially when Alex is going to be left with 2 attackers, 1 energy away from attacking, right? So at this point, Alex is probably stoked that the Cyclizar is not getting knocked out because he's saying, all right, I've got my big Snorlax, I've got the Cyclizar, they both have an energy on it now. I can just use my Rescue Stretcher to bring back Oranguru, and then I can use the Squovit Oranguru engine to just continue drawing through my deck. That's not really an issue. And Alex has a pretty sizable hand since he just filled his hand to 5 cards with Industrious Incisors last turn. So I think this play is maybe a little bit greedy from Ben, but Ben's board is immaculate right now. I mean, he's kind of got the dream team established. He's got Tinkatink, which can evolve into Tinkaton and can do 180 base damage with its attack Special Hammer. And then Kirlia is using its refinement ability to help draw through the deck and can evolve into Gallade, which will be able to buddy catch to go get whatever supporter Ben wants out of the deck. And those are like the 2 premier support and attackers in the Psychic deck. But we'll see if either of those Pokemon are going to be able to take down the Snorlax, which is now rocking 200 HP because of that Cape of Toughness that is attached to it. And that's going to make it pretty difficult to knock out. I know that Alex is kind of just waiting for the Field Blower to come down and see if he's going to actually bite and remove that cape with the Field Blower before he plays any other tools.
Yeah, I believe Ben still has the Field Blower active, so he could be, able to return this knockout. He just needs a special energy for that Tinkaton. I don't know.
Ooh, this is tough, actually. Alex doesn't have anything else and just has to use Nest Dash for 1. This could be an opportunity for Ben to take a huge lead in this game. The Snorlax stays asleep after using Thumping Snore, and we'll see what Ben's hand is looking like. If Ben can get through this Snorlax this turn, Alex might be in a really troublesome spot. Though they're tied at 4 prizes, Ben certainly has the stronger board right now.
Yeah, I think Alex is at best going to be working with a top deck +1. You can draw your card for turn, and then you can Nest Dash it away. But you're really not... the takeout of the Bibarel seems to ended up having worked a little bit in Ben's favor right now. I think limiting the draw power for Alex might end up working out. The fact that he didn't have anything in that big hand after Bibarel a few turns before. He does have Escape Rope and Therapeutic in hand on Alex's side. So if Ben misses this knockout, Alex is going to be in a good spot.
But we do see the teammates in Ben's hand. And I think there's a field blower in that hand too. So it's guaranteed. Ben is going to make the correct play of using Refinement first to see what he draws off of these couple cards. I love slamming that Mimikyu down. There's even a possible play where you could attack with the Mimikyu here, but I think that we're probably going to see Ben use Field Blower and attack with Tinkaton. The Tinkaton will be able to draw 3 cards as well with its gathering. Is it gather materials? Yeah, gather materials ability. So Ben is going to get to see 3 more cards off of that after evolving into Tinkaton. And Tinkaton's Special Hammer, so long as it has a special energy attached to it, will be able to do 180 damage. Ben's already got the Field Blower in hand, so can remove the Cape of Toughness. And then that just might be it for this first game. With Alex unable to respond back with a Pokemon that can knock out the Tinkaton. I mean, really, it would have to be top deck supporter and then find the twin energy to respond with Cyclizar.
Yep, that's really his only out. And that's a pretty big deck over there. I don't really think there's going to be a lot of options or a lot of ways out to get that with just Skwovet on board, right? You're not seeing a whole lot of cards. He could escape rope to get the Tinkaton out of the active, but I mean, at that point, you're waiting for the inevitable.
You definitely want to, I mean, and Ben, Ben wants to take out that Snorlax. That Snorlax has got to go.
Yeah.
It is the strongest thing on Alex's board right now and is capable of knocking out everything in Ben's deck. So the opportunity to take out Snorlax with Special Hammer, this is huge. And I think that Ben is going to take this opportunity. There's the Enhanced Hammer too. Oh yes, Ben has Enhanced Hammer in the Psychic deck, which is even more devastating for Colorless, because if Alex has to take a turn to try and rebuild energy in play, Ben can just punish him with the Enhanced Hammer and instantly remove special energy. There we go. Special Hammer. Players are tied at 4 prizes, but Ben is going to take the lead with that knockout. And because of Town Map that he played earlier in the game, his prizes are face up. And what do you know? What a top deck for Alex. We talk about this card quite a bit. In Gym Leader Challenge format, it is kind of the definition of a greedy card, Battle VIP Pass.
Battle VIP Pass. Hey, I mean, when it works, you love it. But unless you... Ooh.
Arvin? So I think you have to Arvin for Rescue Stretcher and get a Rangaroo.
Yeah.
What else can you do here?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's got to be the only thing you can do. You need to see more cards, and you need to find... Revive works too?
Yep. Either one, whatever. Revive makes sense because you're only looking for 1 Pokemon out of a discard pile. It has to be the Oranguru so that you can continue drawing cards. It looks like with the knowledge that the Field Blower has been used, Alex is going to get Revive and the Bravery Charm so that he can buff one of his Pokemon's hit points and hopefully survive a turn.
I didn't see, but I don't know if that third double energy's in the deck.
Might be prized.
Alex was looking through there and I didn't see it pop up. Now he was quickly looking through and I'm not looking at the deck, but it could be prized.
There is the Revive for Oranguru and Instruct. We find any help here? No, just Battle VIP Pass again.
Oh my gosh. That card, unless you play something like Battle Compressor, it is a tough card to try and play.
It really is. Sure, if you open it, it feels great. But unless you open Battle VIP Pass, it is a dead card floating around in the deck, and Alex is all too aware of that with the back-to-back draws into it.
That's tough.
This is going to be a huge opportunity for Ben to take a big lead now. A 2-prize lead, and let's see, the Cyclizar has 170 hit points? Is that it?
Yep.
And Special Laser could still take that out.
That Special Laser does 180, right?
Yeah.
The tool attachment on the the Cyclozar was, I think, just to try and thin the deck down. Unfortunately, that or the Bravery Charm's not going to be keeping that Cyclozar alive. Ben's board state is just, I think, too much to come back from. Because this Cyclozar is going to go down, and then there's nothing. And a Hex too.
Ooh,
he's getting the Hex off of the Buddy Catch there. That might wrap this one up.
If it wasn't already sealed, I think this kind of seals it. And for me, when I'm in situations like this, it's like there's no shame in scooping. For me, playing a long best of 7 Conquest is just as much a mental game as it is a game of strategy. And when your opponent is just kind of routing you like this and just giving you the business, it feels better mentally to just kind of say, all right, I'm picking the next matchup. I'm going to get to choose who goes first, and we're going to take the wind out of your sails. Whatever momentum you had kind of mentally going on as you were demolishing what I had going on, we're just going to take that momentum away and see if I can get the momentum going back my way.
Yeah. This thing, he got the Raihan, and has, attached the Oranguru, got the twin out of the deck. You're doing what, 60 plus 20, 40? You're doing 100. It's still not a knockout on the Tinkaton defense.
No,
140.
Oh man.
Yeah. These
you can see
can
Ben
long.
Getting the damage counters out. That's always so insulting.
Oh
yeah. And I think Alex is just going through the motions now. And there's something to be said for going through the motions too. I know some players definitely prefer to fight every single game out to the nitty-gritty end. I'm certainly not one of those players. I like to just, with the writings on the wall, we call it. But it looks like Alex is going to go through the motions and make Ben make all the right decisions.
You can always hope that Ben makes a misplay somewhere and slips up a little bit. I think it's kind of hard with this board state to expect that. I do like to play it out a little long, but I think this is a good point. We could keep it pushing. I mean, maybe Alex wants to get a few more reps in with the hand,
And I think some good takeaways here. This is the first game out of best of 7, so both players need to win with all 4 of their decks in order to become the champion. And once you win with a type, you cannot play that type again. Oh my gosh, the Verseeker Hex again. Hex Maniac is a supporter card. When you play it, it makes it so that neither player can use their abilities until the end of the opponent's next turn. And Ben just set up his board, went back-to-back Hex, and then Verseeker to get the Hex back, use it again. And that is just a real tough back-to-back for Ben. I mean, literally, Alex is left with a single squirrel.
He looks like he's floating over that Lysander, right? He's thinking, how many outs does Ben have?
Right.
Can he stick that Malamar in the active?
Yes. Lucamine's already been used, and Alex is just going to say pass, and there is game 1. Ben takes that first. Ben is able to take that first win and is up 1 game on the set. He has won his Psychic badge, I guess. We got these little badges. I'm going to put them up next to the players' names to indicate what the score is. And now Alex for game 2 is going to get to choose who goes first. And Alex is going to get to choose a new deck. Ben also is going to choose a new deck, but cannot choose Psychic again. What are your thoughts, Craig? Where should Alex pivot from here?
I think this is where the mind games really start, right? First game, what you just kind of pick what you pick. Right now, there's one out of the stable for Ben. He can't pick Psychic anymore. But Alex, I kind of would like to see him just maybe run back the colorless. It's a strong deck. He just had things go maybe not his way. It's a very I think looking at the decks that Ben has left, right? He's got dark, he's got water, and he has his own colorless list. I'm gonna think that Ben might go dark here.
It looks like that's what he's doing. I think he had his dark deck sleeved up in green sleeves at League this week, so it looks like Ben is, I think, bringing what he considers to be the best decks in format as 1-2. I think he's leading with Psychic. He thinks Psychic's the deck that gives him the most control over the game, and is one of the best decks. And then for game 2 is bringing Dark, which Dark I think is also one of the best decks in format. But the thing that Dark has going for it is that it has a slightly positive Psychic matchup. I mean, it just really does have like a pretty decent time against Psychic, because your biggest attacker, Guzzlord, can one-hit KO almost everything in the Psychic deck and has a Psychic resistance by 20, giving it effectively 170 base hit points against the Psychic deck.
Yeah, that resistance comes into play a lot, because I feel like there's a lot of times Psychic decks can actually handle the Guzzlord, but then you get up there and you're like, oh, I mean, just this week I was playing Ben and I would have had the knockout on the Guzzlord, but I was 10 short because of the resistance, right? Yes. So like that Guzzlord, he's a beast, you know.
The Guzzlord is a beast. Oh, I need to figure out what to do about the names, and see how annoying that is. All of that. Yeah, so when we cut to the cast, we'll just not cut to us again. Okay, you see, we're handsome. We look great. Okay, we'll cut to the players now. Leave it over there. And, listen, I'm producing and commentating. It's hard. Have mercy on us. We'll just keep our overlay up when we're on these guys. There we go.
Let's see. I know Alex... I'm curious which one he picked. He seems to have picked a different type.
He did. He's in different sleeves now.
Yep. It could be a dark mirror, honestly.
It could be. If I'm Ben, and I understand Ben's like just want to go like get a quick lead with the first 2 strongest decks, I feel like there's certainly something to say for like if you take a game 1 lead, like play the deck you're least confidence with next. Like if you can get that, sneak that win in with water or something, then you feel like invincible. You still got your dark deck that you can like kind of whip out when options are more limited. And we've got a double Zorua start.
Oh man, this is going to be interesting. Who can get the Guzzlord first? I think that's going to be important. Let's see. We see the Galarian Wheezing and 2 double energy are prized for Ben.
Ooh,
that's tough. Actually, that's both of his double energies. He just has the 2.
Yep. So both double energies. That is tough because the double energies are very good. They allow you to attack with Zoroark for just 1 energy. And they also allow you to power up Guzzlord quickly and efficiently with its red Banquet attack. And Guzzlord is really going to be kind of the centerpiece of this matchup. Guzzlord is one of the strongest Pokemon in all of Gym Leader Challenge format. Base 150 hit points and the gnarly red Banquet attack, which does 120 damage and has a nice little added bonus of taking an additional prize card if it takes a knockout. This guy was printed in 2019, Cosmic Eclipse, and continues to dominate in Gym Leader Challenge today.
He is terrifying. It is very easy for Guzzlord to go 2-4-6, or at least take 4 prizes, right? If your opponent can't respond because he's so huge, I mean, he's just going to gnaw through your entire board. It's incredibly powerful, and it looks like Alex has already got him down and has the Turbo Energize with the Hiding Dark energy. So he's going to accelerate some of these energies from the deck, I'm assuming, to the Guzzlord, right? I don't know where else he would put it at this point. But he's going to use the Artisan and find something else. Looks like Purloin, probably.
Purloin, yep.
Try and set up the main draw supporter Pokemon you've got in Dark.
And this is something I was talking to Alex about at League. I played against Alex's Lightning Spread deck with my Dark deck, and ended up beating him at League this week. And he's like looking across the table. He's like, maybe I'll bring that as my fourth deck, because he was really trying to figure out what his fourth deck was going to be. And I was like, yes, dude. I'm like, if you don't bring it, Ben's definitely bringing it.
Yeah.
And Dark is just one of the strongest decks. It's got a good Psychic matchup. You know Ben's going to bring Psychic. You're going to want to have Dark in your arsenal. And Guzzlord can just absolutely annihilate games. And we see Alex already has the twin energy in hand. Compare that to Ben, who has twin and double prized. And this Guzzlord, I think, is just going to be able to eat.
Yeah, I mean, at best, you think Ben might be able to retreat the Zorua into the Hoopa, take the knockout on the opposing Zorua, but Guzzlord's just going to attach and knock out because Hoopa only has 120 HP. The Assault Gate is really nice to take early prizes in Dark, and it's a way to start taking prizes on little guys when you're still waiting to get your Guzzlord powered up. It's strong, but let's see. You see Guzma off the Pokegear.
Guzma, you could take out Purloin. You could take, you could bite into the Guzzlord a little bit. It's tough, right? Like, what do you think? I mean, Guzma the Guzzlord doesn't feel bad because then you are kind of denying Alex the ability to take 4 prizes with Red Banquet, and that's just like an absolutely disastrous situation if that occurs. I mean, that's pretty much game losing. So softening up the Guzzlord does feel pretty decent. Ben has the Spiritomb on the bench, and Spiritomb has the building spite ability, which allows you to place damage counters on it, and then also can use its Anguish Cry attack, which does 30 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on it, right? So we're gonna see Ben target down that Guzzlord, say, I know this thing is a problem. Let's use Assault Gate, 90 damage, and then combine that with the Spiritomb, which can do 100 damage or 70 damage with Anguish Cry next turn, and that is going to be a knockout on Guzzlord.
Yeah, that's a pretty good spot for Ben to be in, actually. I think doing the chip damage there on the Guzzlord with as long as he's got energy to attach to that Spiritomb next turn, he's going to take it down. So the 2 prizes for the Guzzlord doesn't feel... It's going to hurt, right? Like, Alex is going to take a 2-prize lead, but Ben's going to... theoretically should be able to take this return knockout and then be in a good position because there's not much else on Alex's board, right? Like, you spend a lot of resources trying to power up this Guzzlord early. Now getting a turn 2 Guzzlord, that's impressive, right? Like, that's one of the strengths of that TM Turbo Energize card, as well as just the Dark deck in general.
And we see Alex is working on building up that board. You mentioned it's a little bit lackluster, but it's starting to look better. He has the Sableye now with its Excavate ability. He can look at the top card of his deck, decide to keep it there or discard it. And he's weighing that decision carefully right now. Decides to discard Morpeko and then can use Lipard's trade ability to discard a card from his hand and draw 2 cards from the deck. And he's got either Kukui or Sneasel. I think you got to keep the Sneasel because Weavile is a good attacker in this deck. He might just play the Kukui for effect, and I don't hate that either. To just draw 2 cards and make it so your guy does 20 more damage. Alex decides to trade away the Sneasel. I don't love that because Sneasel is a valid option in this deck. It evolves into Weavile. Weavile has the Evil Admonition attack, which does 50 damage for each ability that Ben has in play. And as soon as Ben evolves the Lipard, I mean, that's 2 abilities. It's 100 damage for 1 energy. And that's not bad. Really, it is super valid in this matchup because the Dark guys are pretty much all squishy.
Yeah, they are. Right. 100 is going to take out a lot of the board there. But it looks like Alex is going to Verse Seeker Marnie. That's pretty good. Don't see any energy in Ben's new hand. He still has the top deck. So we'll see. This Guzzlord might not be out of here.
And I don't mind that from Alex. I mean, that's fine. But the thing that he does need to do now is he needs to find other attackers, right? Like, he's got a decent board. He's got the Rescue Stretcher in his hand, and it looks like he's not going to use that for Sneasel. And I think that's fair. He's going to save it for Guzzlord, I think, and pulls 2 Darkness energy off the prizes. and is saying like, all right, I got this Guzzlord powered up with TM Turbo Energize. It is not unreasonable for me to get this Guzzlord going again. We see the teammates already in his hand. If Guzzlord does go down this turn, then he can maybe use teammates, build up another attacker. He has the Rescue Stretcher in hand too. Can Rescue Stretcher Guzzlord back and say, all right, I'm going to take a turn off, maybe attack with a Zoroark, and then the following turn, Guzzlord's coming back to take 2 more prizes.
Ben's actually in an interesting spot here. I don't think he does have the dark energy in hand, so he's going to be able to attack with the Spiritomb. It looks like he's playing Nest Ball, probably going to get the Guzzlord out now at this point. Playing that town map was actually really nice. He's going to be able, since he has the knockout on the Guzzlord planned, he's going to be able to take one of those double energies and start powering up his own Guzzlord. He might still be behind on prizes, but he's in a good spot where if he can get the Beast Ring this turn, he can power up.
He's not quite on Beast Ring yet.
Oh, is it 3?
It is 3 or 4. So he needs to wait. Oh,
Alex is on 4 prizes.
I'm tripping.
Yeah,
All right. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. He could Beast Ring. I was like, he only took 1 knockout.
Guzzlord's super strong.
Guzzlord stuff. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, Beast Ring is an option. And if Ben starts powering up his own Guzzlord, then, he's going to be in the kind of premier position.
So he's going to use Excavate with his own Sableye here and discard the Dark Energy. Could Dark Patch attach too as well, right? Dark has a lot of options to maneuver around with their energy acceleration. They don't have any traditional energy accelerators. There's a Hydreigon that can rain dance energy, but that's a stage 2 and nobody really plays that. So
no, not in the dark decks. Well, some players do. Some in some builds do try to utilize that, but most darkness decks that we see are pretty low to the ground and rely on basic and stage 1 attackers and try to just stay low, use cheap, affordable attacks, and take big knockouts. And that's exactly what we're seeing from both players. The turn 2 Guzzlord for 2 prizes, the turn 2 Hoopa into turn 3 Spiritomb from Ben. We're seeing these quick, efficient attacks. Definitely the name of the game in this Dark Mirror. Now, Ben was not able to find the Beast Ring this last turn, so the Guzzlord is kind of just chilling there. If Alex were to attack with Guzzlord again this turn, then he would be out of Beast Ring range, which would be pretty devastating. But I don't think that Alex quite has all of that yet. This Artisan is putting in a lot of work for Alex, though, as he is able to just continuously get a new attacker, get a new Pokemon every turn. And we see that, if nothing else, Alex does have a return on the Spiritomb with Hoopa's Assault Gate.
Yeah, it looks like Ben still will, if he takes the knockout with the Hoopa and the Assault Gate, Ben still will have another turn, to get the Beast Ring off. Being able to do that with 3 or 4 prizes remaining will be a good opportunity. Ben did not take one of the double energies off the prizes, though. So I think he's not planning to attack with Guzzlord most likely next turn. Unless he can get, Beast Ring, Dark Patch, energy at hand from hand attach. That would be an explosive turn to get the Guzzlord off, but I think he might be thinking, all right, if you take the knockout with Hoopa here, there's still not a whole lot on that board state that I'm concerned about.
Alex is growing a really big hand. And he has got kind of everything he needs in this hand right now in order to, with the Super Rod too, next turn, if he gets to hang on to this teammates in his hand, he can just go get the Guzzlord and can Beast Ring to it. And then, teammates Beast Ring and double turbo or twin energy. And that's like pretty much it, right? So looks like Alex is going to play Arven as his supportive return. He's already got the Dark on the Hoopa, kind of projecting that he is going to use Assault Gate to take out the Spiritomb and just go ahead one more prize card. And I would like to see one more attacker from Alex hit the board, just so that he's just that much more safe and established. I don't mind Alex kind of using the quick ball to just go get the Guzzlord now. I don't hate that. looks like he's using Arven to get Fighting Fury Belt and Quick Ball. I really don't hate that if this is what he's deciding to do. And then use the Quick Ball to go get Guzzlord. That's just one piece that you have already in case Alex decides to play a hand disruption card this turn, because Alex's hand is really strong. I mean, it's really big. He's got everything, but you know, an Iono can change all that.
Yeah. I mean, he had so many cards that he liked in that hand. He had to think for a while about what he wanted to get rid of for the Quick Ball, right? He's going to get the Spirit Tomb off the Quick Ball, start trying to build some spite on that. I don't hate that. You know, we saw, right, that you can get Spirit Tomb powered up really quickly. And I know Alex has Frozen City and Rainbow Energy in that deck. So he can turbo out this Spirit Tomb to be a real threat just next turn, right? Now, if we're going to take the Spirit Tomb out here, he's going to be able to get, if he can get up to 4 more damage counters on Spirit Tomb next turn, if he goes Rainbow Energy and Frozen City, then he's already got 5, and he'll take a full knockout on the Guzzler, because that would do 160, right? 5 damage counters, 30.
Yeah. Yep. And I do like that. I think this is actually the best play that Alex could have made. Just establish another attacker. The board's feeling a little bit light, you know, and could be in a tough spot because of hand disruption if he doesn't have a backup attacker on board already. You know, the Artisan is there, but could always get countered. So you can't really rely on that Artisan just staying there no matter what. It looks like Ben is going to take this opportunity to use an Arven of his own. And Ben rocking the stand-in Zoroark. I did tell him that I prefer the stand-in Zoroark to the foul play Zoroark. I know there's a lot of discussion about which Zoroark is the best option in these dark decks. I really like the stand-in Zoroark because it just gets the job done. When it comes to being quick and dirty and just knocking things out turn 2, Zoroark does it. It can also reset your Hoopa, which I really like, and can help get Guzzlord out of the active if he gets drug up into the active, which can be problematic. I really like the stand-in Zoroark and its flexibility. Obviously, you can pull off some really like high velocity plays with the foul play Zoroark. I mean, you could copy Guzzlord, you can copy Raikou. I mean, but how often? I don't really like the whole you could copy Raikou argument with the foul play Zoroark, because Raikou could just knock out the Zorua.
Yeah.
It's like, if they know you play it, like, they're just gonna knock out Zorua with Raikou, and then that play should never happen, right? So if Special Waves Wailord is a problem in your area, though, then I guess the foul play Zoroark does make a little more sense. I do see that he opted for the stand-in Zoroark today, and he's really weighing this Arven carefully.
Yeah, it looks like he has Beast Ring in hand, actually, so should be able to power up 2 energy onto that Guzzlord this turn. Probably going to try and get...
Taking a turn off. I think it's very strange that he didn't select a double energy off of the last prize. I mean, like, this is the turn you want a Guzzlord, right?
Yeah.
He's got the Beast Ring. He's not going to have Beast Ring next turn, so he kind of has to play Beast Ring now, right?
Yeah.
And if he had a double energy, then he could have Arvened for a float stone or something, and then bada boom, bada bing, here you go. Instead, he's taking this turn and kind of has to go like setup mode, play Timer Ball. He's got the TM Turbo Energize. Like, maybe he just takes some time to set up his board a little bit, but it is feeling like a little too late in the game to be taking time off. It feels really bad.
Yeah, he also doesn't have an energy to attack with the TM Turbo Energize right now.
Yeah, kind of a brutal spot. I would like taking a turn off this turn if Ben could do something like Ascension into Galarian Weezing, or like Evolve into Galarian Weezing and N, right? Like N Alex to 3, set him, to no abilities, 3-card hand, Hoopa in the active. You're like, all right, that's fine, right? But
I mean, with that Galarian Weezing prize too, though,
it's not happening.
It's not even going to happen, right? That's a tough. Those are some tough prizes for Ben. So
the Arven is the card he selected from the prizes. Maybe he's just saying, like, I absolutely need I needed to be able to get Liepard in play because I'm just not doing anything without the Liepard online. So I think Ben is just saying like, all right, I need to set up my support Pokemon so that I can draw cards and try to get some momentum back in this game. The B string onto the Guzzlord is huge. I mean, that is good. It is unfortunate that he's not going to be able to capitalize this turn, but also like weirdly not taking a prize this turn makes it so Alex also can't use B string yet.
That's true. That's a good point, right? Being at 5 prizes, that B string is not going to be able to be activated for Alex. So there's some strategic sides of this as well, right? Trying to get set up for Ben's side of the board would be really nice. He had Versus Seeker in hand as well, so I don't remember exactly what prize or what supporter cards he's already played this game. Let's see, he's going to discard
the TM Turbo Energize, Finds, Boss, and Research. We might just see this hand just go. But he's already played Arven.
He's already played the Arven, so really not a whole lot he can do this turn. It's kind of a tough spot to be in now. It seemed like everything was going to be going really well.
And a pass.
Yep.
All right, so the ball's in Alex's court. This Hoopa does tend to get stuck sometimes, but we see Alex already has the solution in his hand with that escape rope. So Hoopa's Assault Gate attack only does 90 damage if you switched it from the bench to the active spot during your turn. And Alex just has a phenomenal board setup. I mean, with the Liepard and the Sableye, he's got the Spiritomb, he's building Spite. I mean, he's pretty much got everything he wants. The escape rope is going to push up one of Ben's bench Pokemon, and then Alex has the Zorua with a Hiding Darkness energy on it, which gives the Zorua free retreat. So easy pivot for the Hoopa so that it can deal 90 damage again. Ben decides to send up the Sneasel, doesn't decide to deny a prize. I mean, he could have sent up Guzzlord and been like, you're not going to knock it out, and he probably would have been right. Yeah. Though I'm sure, Ben wouldn't, or Alex wouldn't have hated getting to swing into the Guzzlord. The Guzzlord is still in a position where I guess it could sweep, but every turn that you give that Spiritomb, it's just getting another damage counter on it. It's going to be one step closer to hitting the Guzzlord for a one-hit KO.
Yeah, and Alex does, I think, either had it or drew the Rainbow Energy for turn, so he can add another damage counter to that Spiritomb this turn. If he had an out to Frozen City, he could take the knockout on the Guzzlord if Ben had promoted it. And I know Alex likes the Frozen City turbo combo with the Spiritomb, so I think Ben probably had that in mind, and just says, I think I have to preserve my Guzzlord if I think I'm going to be able to come back.
I think this is like a pretty good situation. This is incredible for Alex. I mean, he's just routing Ben at this point. Ben is going to need to hope for some sort of gnarly comeback with Guzzlord. As far as the builds of both of these decks go, Alex has foregone the Galarian Weezing, where Ben plays the Galarian Weezing. I do like the Galarian Weezing myself. It makes the deck extremely flexible and capable of shutting down overly ability-reliant decks. But in a Dark Mirror, the Weezing's not as impactful, as this deck doesn't use a ton of abilities. It really doesn't need them. It's just very low to the ground. So in a pure Darkness Mirror, I really do think that maybe Alex's list is slightly favored because of that. I mean, obviously it's small. You've got the Rainbow and the Frozen City on Alex's side to make Spiritomb a slightly faster attacker. You've got the Galarian Weezing on Ben's side. It's a very small difference, but in a mirror match where you are using many of the same attackers to go back and forth, I mean, really it's about the draw of the cards and which cards you have at your disposal. So it's certainly the turn 2 Guzzlord, I mean, just really helped propel Alex into this dominant board that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's really hard to come back from a turn 2 board state where your opponent has Guzzlord powered up and is taking 2 prizes on the second turn of the game, right? That's a very powerful board state. It seems, I know the prize discrepancy is quite large right now, but it seems like it's been a little bit closer. Obviously, I think Alex has been in command ever since he got that turn 2 Guzzlord, but I've been on the edge of my seat the whole game, right? It's gone back and forth, I think, still.
Dude. Okay, he's getting super out off the Raihan. He needs another energy for this Guzzlord. I mean, maybe he has it in his hand.
He did just get Professor's Letter for his last basic energy in hand.
Okay. It feels really bad, especially with us knowing that Alex does have the teammates in his hand. I'm pretty sure his hand never got disrupted.
No.
So he's just been sitting on his teammates, waiting for Ben to take a knockout. And as soon as he does that, he can power up this Spiritomb and get it to a 1-hit KO range. Now, I don't think Ben is playing this card, but earlier on in the year, Ben did play a Galarian Zigzagoon in his list, which would allow for a very hilarious play, like gotcha play against Alex right now, because Alex is probably going to push his Spiritomb up to 5 damage counters so that it can 1-hit KO the Guzzlord. And then, if Ben did have that Galarian Zigzagoon in his list, then he would be able to ping the 10 damage and maybe take a double knockout on a turn. But I don't know that is going to be something that we see. Well, Ben's able to use the Raihan to get the extra energy required onto Guzzlord. And finally, Ben responding with his own Guzzlord. Red Banquet for 120 damage. And he gets to take 2 prize cards because of the knockout, but had to play Raihan for turn, so did not get to set Alex to a lower hand size. I mean, it would have been the dream to use N or Iono this turn for sure. Look at that hand. I mean, that is just a massive hand.
Alex just drew the Frozen City.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got the return knockout here in the Guzzlord already, and now Ben has 3 prizes remaining, so Alex can get the B string himself, right? So now he doesn't even need to use teammates to get the B string or to get the Frozen City. He's in a really good spot. Drew into one of his energies. Hopefully, I don't know how many he has left in the deck.
He's got the Fighting Fury Belt, the Frozen City. I mean, yes, this Spiritomb is just doing as much as he would need to do to take the KO. Frozen City is a funny stadium card. It makes it so that whenever a player attaches an energy to their non-team plasma Pokemon, that Pokemon takes 20 damage. So when you attach Rainbow Energy, which puts 10 damage counters on the Pokemon, or puts 10 damage on the Pokemon you attach it to, and then the Frozen City also triggers, that is plus 3 damage counters to the Spiritomb. And now Spiritomb has got 5 damage counters on it, meaning that its Anguish Cry attack is going to be dealing 160 base damage. So that is going to be able to take out Ben's Guzzlord. It's just a little guy, 60 hit points. He's only got 10 hit points remaining, but boy, is he anguishing. 160 damage for just 1 energy. And then teammates... Alex grabs the B-string, does not even try to hide what he's getting off that teammates. It is B-string, and because Ben is on 3 prizes, can just slam the B-string down and say, all right, I'm searching for 2 Darkness Energy and going to get to attach them to one of my Ultra Beast in play. And these decks only play 1 Ultra Beast, and it is Guzzlord. So those 2 Darkness Energy will go straight on to Guzzlord, and at this point, yeah, Alex has kind of got it squared away, it looks like.
Yeah, he could attach that Fighting Fury Belt to the Guzzlord, but I think we know, thanks to Ben having played Town Map, that he took the Field Blower off the prizes this turn. So he's going to kind of hold on to that, right? Take the knockout, and I think that might just seal this one up.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, Ben is certainly a player that I know he ain't scooping, that's for sure. He really likes to, I think, mull through every single out and see what may be possible. Maybe he goes Iono, knockout with Zoroark, right? It just says like, and frankly, might not, Alex might not have the return. He does need either a Zoroark of his own or needs an energy for the Guzzlord. And since Alex did take a prize, I mean, he's going to get Iono to 1.
That's going to be tough. I mean, you have your trade ability on Liepard. You can discard that under your top deck and draw 2 more, but he does still need energy for that Guzzlord to attack. He also could get an energy and an evolution. Like if he gets a single energy, he can evolve that Zorua to try and return the knockout as well. Which I'm not sure which Zoroark he plays. It looks like it is the foul play one. So considering Ben is planning to take a knockout with his own Zoroark, the Mind Jack attack is going to do 30 plus or 10 plus 30 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. That's not going to get a knockout on Ben Zoroark, right? If he's able to get that, but
you're right, actually. Yeah, that's not going to return KO because it is just going to be able to use Foul Play to copy Mind Jack and do 70.
Yeah,
just 10 short.
Even with that Frozen City damage. Got Carmine though off that.
Carmine, discard the hand, draw 5 cards. Off of those 5 cards, he does have trade still. He does find Zoroark. If he can find a damage buff and an energy, he'll have it. Or if he can find a double energy. He's going to use trade first. Finds Rescue Carrier and Evolution Incense. Still short, though. He's got the Trainer's Mail. He can use Trainer's Mail to look at the top 4 cards of his deck and take a trainer card he finds there, put it into his hand. Letter could be it, but no, actually. Well, yes, because he can Rescue Carrier for Spiritomb. If there is a Darkness energy in his deck, he can Rescue Carrier for Spiritomb, bench the Spiritomb, and then use Frozen City to put 2 more damage counters on it with Building Spite, and he'll be doing 100 damage.
He's got 2 energy on the Guzzlord. I believe he plays 6. That's a number that I've seen normally for dark decks. Let's see.
It's going to be tight. It's whether or not there's the dark in his deck. And he's using it. There is a dark in his deck. And this should seal it up for Alex. Professor's Letter off the Trainer's Mail. This Zoroark has free retreat because of the Hiding Dark. Rescue Carrier can bring back the Spiritomb, and here we go. Spiritomb is going to be able to use its Building Spite and the Frozen City, and here we go. 100 damage, and that Zoroark is a goner. Alex Carpenter is taking the win in Game 2. We've got a tie ball game, folks. 1 win aside, with Alex's most recent win there with the Dark deck. 1-1. This is a fantastic start to our Gym Leader Challenge Conquest Finals.
This is going to be an interesting one now. Now they have to pick again, right? All these mind games of the Conquest really come into play. Ben, still has that Dark deck, and we know Alex plays Psychic, so Ben's Dark deck isn't out of there. If he can get a good matchup, I think he'll be good. Even we know Alex plays his Spread Lightning list, which has a lot of low HP guys as well. Dark would be really good into that. I think might be taking a break here.
Yeah, maybe Ben's got to use a potty. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming is going on. Alex is staying strong, so that's all good. But here we get to think about the mind games of what to pick next. If I'm Alex, I'm feeling real great about that last win. I mean, that is just phenomenal, getting that out the way so that you don't have to worry about going down 2 badges. Going down 2 badges would be like so devastating, right? I mean, just that would be so gnarly. You really don't want to be down 2 all for it in the Conquest. Then you start second guessing yourself.
Yep.
And the voices are back. And
I mean, we just did a Conquest a couple weeks ago, and you're starting. You're like, okay, he's only got a few decks left, but I have everything right now. Yeah. If I have all of these choices, you can slip up easily, and you end up in a bad matchup despite having fewer options. Both these guys have 3 left. but they're different, right? Ben still has dark, obviously, and then Alex has colorless, both of which we've seen so far. I'm curious to see where they're going to go. I think, to your point earlier, just getting that win for Alex, he might pivot into his spread lightning list. I know he likes that a lot, and I don't know. Ben might run back the dark. It's tough, right?
Yeah, I do think that would be a good choice for Alex right now to kind of send the lightning deck. Fortunately, you've already got the psychic deck off the board, and I think that psychic's probably going to be one of the hardest matchups for the lightning spread deck to take down. Also, with Ben just suffering a loss, I don't think Ben sends water here, because I'd say of like the 4 decks that he's got, water is probably his 4th, and of the 4 decks that Alex has, I think dark is actually his 4th. So Alex, and that was the deck that I know. Talking to him on Thursday, he was thinking about what his 4th deck was going to be, and he was thinking about the Special Whales Wailord deck.
Yes.
I mean, he was thinking about it, but he decided to go with dark. So I don't think that after taking an L there that you send your number 4 deck. Just kind of like mentally, you probably either run it back with dark, or you say like, all right, we're going to send colorless and kind of just see how that goes. So this is, I think, as safe as it gets for Alex to play lightning.
I think, to your point, both of the decks that I think you could expect Ben to play here, being the colorless or the dark, neither of those have bench barrier. Yeah. And that high voltage current Electivire spreading 50 damage to everything, that's going to devastate some board states pretty quick.
It looks like we've got both players back now, and they have their deck selected, and I think we called it. I mean, yes, Ben is running it back with the darkness deck, and Alex has something that I don't think those are the sleeves he played in round 1, so I don't think that's colorless.
I don't think so. I was trying to remember. I thought he played green sleeves, but they might have been a slightly different green, so we might have been right.
Maybe. Let's see. I would really like to see the lightning deck come up from Alex here. That would be a lot of fun, but maybe it is colorless. So maybe Alex is just saying like, all right, I need to get this colorless win out the way. I know it's not the case for most players. Most players don't feel the most confident with their lightning deck, but I know Alex feels differently. I think lightning is Alex's favorite deck.
I know he's played it the last couple of weeks since we've started the new season. He's been a little shaky on it, though. He's been rusty because he won with it early in the season and hasn't had a lot of reps with it over the last few months. So he might not be as confident in it. I think he probably expects Ben to play bench barrier in his psychic and water deck. Obviously, psychic's off the board. Water's not as easy of a matchup as you might think, right, for lightning spread. He does play Silent Lab. He does have Lusamine. But it's still going to be tough. He might just be trying to take, if he wants to play the colorless, get that advantage. Who takes control here? It could, we're at a pivotal point, right? Being tied up after 2.
100%. And with both players having one of the strongest decks just like off the board already. I mean, Psychic and Dark are what I consider to be the 2 strongest decks in the format. With both players kind of having those options crossed off their options right now, it does seem like we definitely are at a very pivotal point in the set.
And I believe I saw the gift energy in Alex's hand, so he's probably running back that colorless deck.
It does seem that way. All right, we've got colorless versus dark. Don't mind me. I'm just going to be enjoying a nice San Pellegrino.
Got to stay rehydrated.
That's right.
Mulligan here from Alex. See if he gets one this time. Looks like he's got the Kangaskhan. It's not really an ideal starter.
It's fine. It's not ideal. It is not ideal, but it could be worse. The reason I say it's fine for Kangaskhan is because Kangaskhan does have that, what is it, hammer in or something?
Yeah.
It does 100.
100 for 3.
Especially with Ben choosing to go second, and the fact that Ben could get the turn 1 knockout with Hoopa on a Pokemon, right? So it's like true. You don't want to start a little guy because it could get donked. So now Alex kind of just goes Tash the Kangaskhan pass. Doesn't have to worry about the donk. That's nice. and can kind of rest easy, saying, all right, Kangaskhan, next turn, if I find a double energy, coming in, turn 200. And that's not bad.
No, that would take the knockout there on the Purloin. I don't know if Alex has anything else next turn lined up, though. He just had Town Map and Pass. Luckily, didn't get too punished because he only prized the Lugia. I think we're about to see a research here from Ben. He's got the TM Turbo Energize attached, and an energy.
And decides to get rid of his Field Blower and play the research over the Iono. That is plus one card. I mean, that is just one more card than an Iono, but decides to just let Alex sit with his hand, but does rip the Guzzlord off of that research. And that means that we are going to see a turn 1 Turbo Energize from this Purloin to put 2 Darkness Energy onto the Guzzlord. And now, after seeing last match, it's almost like we're seeing Ben just be like, all right, well, you got the turn 1 Turbo Energize on the Guzzlord last game. Let's see how you like that.
Yeah. TM Turbo Energize is quickly becoming one of, I think, the most impactful cards of the last couple of years. Just being able to accelerate energy so quickly and power up some of your super strong guys, it can be devastating to watch an opponent. You're like, Alex is stuttering here a little bit, right? He had, okay, he's got capture, but he doesn't have a whole lot else. That might have been why Ben decided, I have to rip this research instead of the Iono. Obviously, you don't know, since Alex went first, if he has any supporters in that hand that he could have used. But, you just kind of say, he didn't do anything other than Town Map attach. I think I'm okay getting rid of this Field Blower, because if I can accelerate, and he got a little lucky getting that out to the Guzzlord. But, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
And we see Alex weighing, what is he going to get out of his capture energy? Decides to go with Minccino instead of the Skwovet. I think he was considering sending his whole hand with Skwovet. It's that bad, but that is ill-advised, man. Don't do that. And, I think deciding to go the slightly more controlled route, Fighting Fury Belt to the Kangaskhan, say, all right, you cannot knock out my Kangaskhan next turn. I saw you discarded the Field Blower. I got plus 40 hit points right now. Going to swing for 40 damage, and we're just going to be patient and measured about this. Next turn, I can evolve into Minccino and start using that Make Do ability. But, we got a tag call from Ben, so maybe this is going to be the Guz Mahala, just get the double energy and start swinging with Guzzlord or something gnarly like that. If Ben can find his escape rope, I mean, he'll be able to take a Red Banquet knockout on the Minccino on the bench, but we do see that the escape rope is in the deck. So I don't think that he'll be able to pull that unless he evolves into Liepard and uses trade to find it.
He did. I think he top decked Dark Patch as well, and I believe he has Professor's Letter in hand, so he might even be able, theoretically, to use this Guz Mahala if he can get that. He gets that off the tag call and discard some Dark Energy.
Oof.
And accelerate using the Dark Patch and attach to just power up 4 Dark Energy onto that Guzzlord.
I really like Artisan here. And this is something I was talking to Ben about earlier in the week. I was like, he was still playing Parallel in his Dark deck. I told him to cut that. As much as I love Parallel,
it's a great card.
Artisan is just better. You're going to play Guz Mahala. You're going to want to go get a Pokemon, right? To go and start using your TM Turbo Energize or, whatever. I mean, one of the biggest issues with Dark is just getting your dudes out. And Artisan is just a card that gets into play and you just keep getting your dudes out. Also, if you're going to be playing, it looks like maybe that Artisan is prized.
I believe it's in his hand already.
Okay, if it's in his hand already, then great. He'll be able to use it. One of the things also that I really love about the Artisan is that with the TM Turbo Energize, you just use Guz Mahala, get the Artisan and the TM Turbo Energize, and you could use Artisan to go search out Guzzlord, and that's a turn 1 Guzzlord that you've got on the way. So I am curious as to what Ben is getting with this Guz Mahala, though, because, I mean, the double energy, sure, allows him to attack, but the Fighting Fury Belt is going to put the Kangaskhan out of range. He doesn't quite have the muscle he needs to overtake this Kangaskhan right now. 120 base damage plus maybe a 20 from a Dark Claw or a Muscle Band or something like that, and that's only going to put it to 140. The Kangaskhan has 170 hit points right now, so it's not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, it looks like he's weighing that option between trying. I think he was probably weighing that option between trying to get the double energy or leaning into. Oh, he has the twin. Is that what he just got? I thought he got the hiding. Okay, no, so he did get that. Okay. Yep. He was mulling the hiding dark energy, I believe, but trying to decide if I'm going to attack with the Guzzlord now. At the same time, he doesn't have anything other than Guzzlord, right? So this is an explosive start. I don't think he wants to give Artisan to Alex, so that's why I think he seems to be holding off on it. Got the Dark City off the Guzmahala, trying to be able to retreat.
That's totally it. He doesn't want to give the Artisan to Alex. Yeah, I was like, why hasn't he played the Artisan? Yeah, doesn't want to give that to his opponent.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, this Red Banquet's going to do a good chunk of damage to Kangaskhan, but it's not going to get knocked out. And if Alex has another energy, he's at least going to be able to get 110 onto the Guzzlord. You could take a little bit of, that little bit of chip damage might come into play later. Let's see. Oh, Alex has the Cinccino in hand, so that was good. He's going to be able to draw a few more cards here.
Make do, yep. And that's why he decided to go for the Minccino last turn. And it looks like we do find, Bidoof and Guzmahala. And Guzmahala he can use to go get an energy, to go get an Artisan of his own, to go start getting Pokemon into play. And he does have Bibarel that I think he drew as his top deck for turn. Now, another interesting thing that he could do, he's kind of weighing, like, what do I discard here, right? He could just play Guzmahala for one, or not, Guzmahala
without the discard,
and you just go get the Stadium. Like, he could do that. It's maybe a little risky, but it is an option.
There's also a route here where he's going to get his own Artisan, it looks like. There's a route where if he gets a single energy, attaches it to the Kangaskhan, you do 110 to the Guzzlord. Cinccino can come up next turn, an energy assist for 40, accelerate an energy, a basic energy from the discard to one of your Pokemon, and take the knockout on the Guzzlord.
I do really like that. And I'm interested to see if he gets the powerful colorless or the capture as his energy for turn. I think he really wants to spread his board a little bit more wide, and
could get gift.
I mean, that's insane, right? Just give yourself like this huge draw if the Kangaskhan gets knocked out. It looks like that's probably what he's going to be doing. And then you're right. I mean, if he is able to, 110 plus 40, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just perfect math. Yeah, that's mathing. Okay, he doesn't even need to fix it.
And he gets his own Artisan, so he can get, I guess he only needs one more setup right now. He's got the U-turn board on the Cinccino, so he can take the knockout on Guzzlord next turn. He's got Snorlax coming out. He's got Bibarel in hand. He's got Draw Power setting up. Now he's got another attacker ready. I believe I don't know what he discarded off the Guzmahala, but I believe he had Mela in hand as well. So if Kangaskhan goes down, he could still Mela to Snorlax next turn, right? He's got some options.
He did have to discard a special charge off of the Guzmahala. So the energy that he's got is the energy that he's got. That is going to be it. But I think when playing against the Dark deck, you should be in a position where you can kind of make the most out of your little attacks, like Cinccino's energy assist, like Cyclizar's Ram, right? You can use those little attacks because Spiritom's an attacker. I mean, we're going to see maybe the Cinccino finish something off here. So even though Alex is going to be slightly limited in his energy throughout the game, he has to be very careful at this point since he did discard the special charge. He should have just enough to finish the game, I think.
He's also got that chip damage on the Purloin, right? So, Liepard, I believe, has 100 HP, maybe 110. If he gets to a turn where he's got Cyclizar in the active but isn't able to play a supporter, that 70 damage from the Driving Buddy attack will still take the knockout if he can gust up if he's gusting, I guess he'll have the 140. But that chip damage might still come into play.
definitely. Because at most, that Purloin will have 100 hit points. So the Lie part will have 100 hit points. And then here's the Spiritomb, like we were saying, right? It's a low maintenance attacker. Dark does rely on it, but with the building spite ability, I mean, he's just going to be stacking damage counters on that Spiritomb and making it easier to take down. And I'm sure Alex won't mind that at all, especially being able to get some mileage out of like Cyclosaur is like so nice. If you could just ram something for knockout, it feels so good to get a 1 energy attack with the colorless deck because most of the attacks are just so expensive. We are going to see a nasty red bank with this turn. I mean, guaranteed that's what we're getting. You never want to hit KO with Guzzlord, but with the Kangaskhan start, that's just what Ben has kind of been put into. He's eyeing up Cynthia and Caitlyn as the supportive return. I like that. There's the Raihan right there. The Guzzlord's going down. You just grab the Raihan. Say like, all right, maybe I get to start building energy on a new attacker. I've got Dark Patch too. Maybe I could do something where I Raihan to Guzzlord next turn. Maybe bring it back and Raihan to Guzzlord. Start chaining more energy onto that thing. Ben is very carefully weighing his supportive return. There's a lot to think about.
He does have Guzma in hand.
Do you think that he's thinking about Guzma?
I mean, he's got the U-turn board on the Purloin. If he Guzmas up Bidoof, I mean, obviously Bidoof isn't evolved into the B-Barrel yet, but that seems to usually be a more powerful draw card in the colorless deck. We saw Ben target the B-Barrel in the first game on stream. It looks like he's going to play he's really thinking about it. All right, he's going to go for the established Cinccino. And
this makes sense, right? He's going to pivot back out with the Purloin, so Guzma requires that you switch your Pokemon, and then you get to choose one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and come to the active spot, retreats the Purloin for free, plays Dark City to counter Artisan, and is saying, all right, goodbye, I'll take my 2 prizes with Red Banquet. Now this is the same thing I was talking about in game 1. Dodging the energy in the colorless deck, it's a little bit... Oh, was the other card that he discarded... Oh no, there's the... Okay, I was like, was the other card he discarded the B-Barrel? I saw a B-Barrel. He laid it down so fast I didn't see it. Okay. So he does have the B-Barrel. Industrious Incisors, been probably feeling instantly punished for that chasing down of the Cinccino. I know he's thinking, all right, Alex has a small hand size. The Cinccino's all he has. But it just so happened that Alex did have the Bidoof and the B-Barrel, so he can evolve that up right quick and start using Industrious Incisors, and then also finds Winona. So now his board is going to be as wide as he could possibly want. And he has, his perfect draw engine set up with the B-Barrel and the Squovit and the Oranguru. So long as Alex finds an energy to slap on the Snorlax this turn, he's going to be feeling real good. If he doesn't find an energy, that's bad. I didn't see his hand off the Industrious Incisors, but all he really needs is an energy to start chaining these attackers back to back. And really... Oh, he doesn't have an energy.
He has a U-turn board at least, so he can thin down a little bit. Trainer's Mail's nice. I think Ben might have been trying to avoid the gift energy proc, right? He said, okay, if I target down this Cinccino, that's the only guaranteed setup draw support he has. I don't want to give him an out to the B-Barrel. Alex just happened to have the B-Barrel in his hand, and it ended up sometimes you take those gambles and it doesn't pay off. We'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of the game, because right now, like you said, if Alex doesn't find an energy, he still has, the Squovit's Nest Stash and Oranguru's ability to draw to get a few more cards. We know that Field Blower's down. So getting the Bravery Charm here off of the Trainer's Mail, you can make Snorlax really big.
Yeah, kind of just like that. Just like that, it just seemed like Ben was in such a dominant position. And then this turn just kind of came out of nowhere. The B-Barrel established all this draw power, and this is just one of the most powerful things about the colorless deck is all these draw options. B-Barrel's Industrious Incisors can fill your hand to 5. The Squovit can use its Nest Dash ability, which we're seeing right now, to put your hand on the bottom of the deck and you get to see one card. And that one card is Hisuian Heavy Ball, which Alex can't play because he flipped his cards over with Town Map. And Hisuian Heavy Ball you can only play if your prize cards are face down. Off of all of that draw, even with Instructor Rangaroo, he still does not find an energy to attach. So unfortunately, he is just going to have to swing with Kangaskhan's Hammer in. But what's worth noting is that if Ben had just chased the energy last turn, look, Alex didn't find one.
Yeah.
Right? And how insane would that have been if Ben had been able to make Alex miss an attack?
Yeah, I mean, and now we're in a position to where Ben probably isn't going to be able to push the Kangaskhan again, right? So he's going to have to take the Spiritomb, knock out the Kangaskhan, and now the gift energy will be live. And because Alex was able to Nest Dash and put his hand down to the bottom of his deck, that's going to be a gift energy of 5. That would be a huge draw. Or it might be 4. I think he has 2 prizes. He took a prize card, right, and then he had 2 in his hand. So it's gonna be tough, I think, for Ben to come back. He's gonna get this knockout, but Alex has a lot of options to find Raihan or Mela. That's kind of what the colorless deck is really good at.
And like I was saying earlier, if Ben attacks with Spiritomb this turn, Alex could just go like powerful onto Cyclizar and just attack for 1 energy there. And if he can Raihan onto somebody else, get 2 energy attachments and get to kind of save 1 in his back pocket for later, that would be huge. But I do think that maybe Ben is considering going with Hoopa's Assault Gate this turn, which I do prefer. That way you take away that option for Alex to take a cheap knockout with Cyclizar's Ram attack. And you say, all right, in order for you to keep the prize trade, you are going to have to do 120 damage this turn. So you are going to have to find a Mela, or you're going to have to find, Kangaskhan again to rally back or something like that.
I mean, all this being considered, right? Ben still has a 4 to 5 prize advantage, right?
Oh, yeah, he does.
That Guzzlord being able to take those 2 prizes, yeah, it was over 2 turns, but it was a very slow start to get to where we're at, right? Obviously, Alex feels like he has a commanding board state. He's just missing energy on the attackers. They're all big, though. That Field Blower being down, there's a lot of tools on Alex's side of the board. Mm-hmm. But now we're seeing Ben just starting to build wide. That Weavile is going to be huge in this matchup. All the abilities on the colorless side of the board. That Evil Admonition doing 50 times each Pokemon with an ability. Snorlax, I don't think is going to survive any of those attacks, right? You've got 4 just in the draw supporters and Snorlax. That's 200 right there, right? Squovit, Bibarel, Oranguru, and Snorlax has his own Unfaced Fat ability. That's a lot of damage that you're going to be putting out with the Weavile. So being able to build his board a little bit wide here is really nice. And we're going to see if Alex is able to take a knockout on the next turn, Beastring is going to be alive again for Ben here, right? So in a turn, Ben's actually, it's a very back and forth game, Andrew.
It really is, Craig. I mean, last turn was extremely good for Alex, but this turn is shaping up to be good for Ben as well. Here's a timer ball. Nita heads. We got 1. So we're going to see Liepard. It is no thoughts about what this card is going to be. It is the Liepard. This is the draw support for the Dark deck. It can sometimes just feel like you're scrambling to put things together until that Liepard comes into play. Finally, Liepard Online can use its trade ability to help Ben cycle through his cards, and then should help with some mid to late game consistency. The Liepard showing up just in time, and I think Ben is building up for that big red banquet turn next turn. He's kind of got the Raihan back with a Cynthia and Caitlyn. He's going to be able to Raihan an extra energy onto Guzzlord, can maybe go get an escape rope or an energy buff or a damage buff, or something like that in order to make sure that he's hitting the numbers that he needs to with Guzzlord. There's the B-String already. Just absolutely insane. If he gets to hold on to this hand, it is going to be a gnarly next turn.
I don't think he's going to, though. We saw Alex took Reset Stamp off the prizes. So if Ben takes this knockout, he's going to go down to 3 prizes, and then Alex is going to be able to Reset Stamp that hand away, and then set Ben to a 3-card hand, it's really good he hit a heads off that timer ball, because otherwise Ben would be in a terrible position.
It's true. And reset stamp, I mean, that is just such a good thing about the colorless deck. Playing that reset stamp means that you can play a card like Raihan or Mela and disrupt in the same turn, giving you just so much flexibility about how to control your opponent's hand while also accelerating energy into play. The colorless deck doesn't have any ability-based energy acceleration, so you do need to rely on those supporters like Mela and Raihan in order to continuously accelerate energy online. And we do see Ben kind of weighing a muscle band attachment. Maybe he says he's going to do that to Spiritomb, and I don't mind that, because he's saying, like, all right, if my hand does get disrupted, I just saw Alex take the reset stamp. Like, I do want some guy that maybe can can have a chance to deal with a fat Snorlax. But at this point, since Ben's Field Blower is down, we know that the only thing that could deal with the Snorlax is going to be Weavile.
Yeah. Yep, Alex is going to get a big draw here off that gift energy. Draw up to 7 when your Pokemon is knocked out. That's really big. I didn't see what all he pulled, but I have to imagine between the Skwovet, the Bibarel, and the Oranguru, he's going to be able to find energy of some sort. Now, he needs a double, and he needs, the Mela or the Raihan. He has Verse Seeker. Let's see. Got a very large hand, but he can draw more cards. It's just, we're going to see. Let's see what he has in the discard pile. No, he's thinking over here. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the amount of draw power that you have is also a burden, because you have to think a little bit, if I need to send all these cards away or keep them. But if you can't draw with the Oranguru or Bibarel unless you have less than 3 or 5 cards.
I think there's one thing for certain, that reset stamp is coming down. And that's a funny card. I mean, really, not a ton of Gym Leader Challenge decks are playing reset stamp. Most decks are kind of just relying on Iono and maybe Marnie, Marshadows, Let Loose for those hand disruption properties. But reset stamp does play really well in a deck like Colorless that draws a ton of cards, and also doesn't really love to play Iono or N every turn, because you have to play cards like Raihan or Mela. So the reset stamp here is crucial and is really helping to sway the hand advantage back to Alex after Ben was able to kind of amass a large hand off that research turn, or the Cynthia and Caitlyn. I think it was research into Cynthia and Caitlyn. Kind of allowed him to get a huge hand with the Lipard's trade, and now he's at 3, and sometimes even using trade with the 3-card hand can be really tough.
It looks like Alex just played the Rescue Stretcher, and I'm wondering if he was thinking, because he used Artisan to get Kangaskhan back out, he shuffled the Kangaskhan, the Minchino, and the Cinchino back into the deck, and I'm wondering if as soon as he did that, he was thinking, I could have just got the Kangaskhan back, and instead of shuffling the Minchino and Cinchino back into the deck, because you have to do 3 if you have 3 with Rescue Stretcher, because he's now adding more cards back to his deck that he's going to have to draw through and potentially draw into if he's trying to find the Mela, or the Raihan, in the double energy, right?
It's true. That is true. He does kind of like water down his deck with those 2 other Pokemon. Maybe he's thinking that he's got the Verse Seeker for Mela.
Yeah.
All right, so he's already got that Verse Seeker for Mela, but he does need to find a double energy. So it's very valid that, he's watering down his deck. Maybe he's thinking that he will have to use the Minchino and Cinchino again. I mean, the energy assist could be clutch to take out Spiritomb at some point, but is that realistically an option? I mean, at this point, his bench is so jammed. It would take multiple turns in order to get a Cinchino back online and powered up. So I think you're right. Maybe just the Rescue Stretcher to bring the Kangaskhan back at this point would have been the stronger play.
Yeah, because you saw him, he put the cards on his deck and shuffled and immediately paused. I felt like,
wow.
Did he get it?
He got the double right there.
All right.
Yep.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, when you're good, you're good. 2 doubles.
Got 2 doubles.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. So no stress there. He has got the double colorless energy and the twin energy off of that Mela draw. Now, granted, he was going to get to see a real healthy amount of cards. He was going to get to draw up to 6 with the Mela, and then he was going to get to Nest Dash, put the hand at the bottom of the deck, use a Rangaroo. I think I may like the double going on to Kangaskhan and just rally back, but looks like Alex is saying, nah, we're going up with Big Daddy Snorlax here. The Snorlax is going to be more difficult for Ben to respond to. So there's that to consider. It's got a guaranteed 200 hit points. Most Gym Leader Challenge decks are only playing one way to remove tool cards as Field Blower, right? And Ben had to research away his Field Blower in the opening hand. So he doesn't have that as an option. And really just is going to have to find the Weavile and the Darkness Energy in order to deal with this Guzzlord. Or not the Guzzlord, the
Snorlax.
Snorlax. Yeah. The other big guy with 150 hit points.
I mean, they're both behemoths of the Gym Leader Challenge format, that's for sure. Both equally terrifying in different ways. Yeah, I think I agree. I think I would have liked the double to go on the Kangaskhan. I think Alex might have been thinking, I don't have any way to buff the HP on Kangaskhan, so he's potentially going to go down if, Ben is able to have a monster turn and get Guzzlord powered up. He would need, I believe what Kangaskhan has 130 base hit points, right? So he would need something like a damage modifier to be able to do that. So it's asking a lot. So I think Alex might be thinking he's probably a little safe with the Snorlax to get any attack off. I mean, you do have that Spiritomb already powered up, though. Going to be doing, potentially 120 right now. So same problem there, though.
It looks like Ben is able to use trades away a Zorua, gets into a Colress's Experiment, gets to look at the top 5, pick 3, send 2 to the Lost Zone. And so that's like a pretty solid draw off of the reset stamp, right? I mean, with Colress and trade, he's seeing 7 cards. So that's quite a few cards to see. I did see that he found Super Rod and Escape Rope. So the Escape Rope may allow Ben to push around this Snorlax and say, maybe I'll deal with it later. I think that Ben would have liked to find an out to Weavile so that he could just retreat and take this knockout, but I don't think that that is necessarily what's happening. So Ben is going to be in a little bit of high water, as I don't know that the Escape Rope necessarily gets him there either. I think his Spiritomb's capped out at 120 damage with the Muscle Band. So that means if he does use Escape Rope, he can clear everything except for the Cyclizar and the Kangaskhan. He can't clear either of those with the Spiritomb on the bench. So Ben is going to send a Darkness Energy and a Dark Claw and take stock of this hand and see what his options are. And now, I mean, Alex just has the strength, the draw power on his side. He's going to be able to target down pretty much whatever he wants this next turn. The Field Blower being gone from Ben's deck is going to really come up in these next couple turns as Ben struggles to deal with these Pokemon that have 200 hit points, 170 hit points, stuff like that. Well, Ben is going to play the Escape Rope, and we'll see what Alex promotes.
Yeah, that looked like a really tough Colors Experiment choice that Ben had to make there, right? He got the Dark Claw and Energy. I know the Galarian Moltres was in that as well. And I think there was like Raihan and it might have been the Escape Rope in there as well. So had a lot to pick through. You didn't want to see your damage modifier go. You don't want to see another one of your energies, especially when you're getting the Galarian Moltres to hand and you only have one basic Darkness Energy in your hand to begin with. That double colorless energy, though, could be very nice to put onto the Guzzlord.
What I want to see right here is I want to see the double go on a Guzzlord, and I want to see if does he have 2 dark in hand?
He just has the one. Having to send the one off the Colress was tough.
Yeah, I don't hate this. Just sending the Moltres down with the 1 dark. You're saying, okay, Dark Patch gets me there. Raihan gets me there, right? I have all these options to get the Moltres going, and I really love Galarian Moltres with that Malevolent Charge ability. So that's what Ben used in order to get that extra energy on the Moltres this turn. He did attach return to the Guzzlord, but Moltres' Malevolent Charge allows you to attach up to 2 Darkness Energy from your hand to it when you play your hand from the bench. And what's really nice about this situation that Ben is in now is that even though he doesn't have access to Field Blower, he doesn't have access to a card that allow him to remove these tools from Alex's board. He does have some Pokemon that can hit big numbers. The Spiritomb will be able to do up to 130, 150 damage next turn. And then the Galarian Moltres, if Alex takes another prize, is going to be doing 170 damage. So he kind of has that as a backup option. The Galarian Moltres is a threat. And then the Guzzlord with the double colorless energy on it is also a threat.
Yeah, Ben, I think, opted to forego the energy and the damage buff on the Colress because he knew getting that Raihan there was going to open up his next turn, right? I think he's expecting the Spiritomb to go down this turn, but is hoping with playing that escape rope. Oh, we see this is detrimental. Alex is playing Guzma to bring up that Guzzlord and bring up his own Snorlax, and he's going to be taking a massive knockout on that Guzzlord.
It is a big knockout, but because of the fact that Guzzlord's taken those 2 prizes already, I mean, it is just going to be a tie game. I mean, really, the Guzzlord is a big threat. Obviously, if it takes 2 prizes, that pretty much seals the game. So Alex is negating that threat by using Guzzlord and bringing it up. Doesn't use Squovit's Nest Dash, doesn't cycle through the deck. So he's kind of signaling, I like my hand. My hand is good. It's got good stuff in it. I want to keep it. So now with Ben having the Raihan in hand, he can go and say, all right, I'm going to build up Spiritomb. I'm going to Raihan, get another energy into play, and I'm going to go get Weavile. Weavile can do, at this point, it is doing 5, 10, 15, is 150 damage? Is it just 3? No, it's 4.
There's 4.
There's 4.
200.
Yeah, 200. I was like, I haven't been tripping this whole time, right? No, there's 4 abilities on Alex's side of the board. That means Weavile is going to be doing 200 damage. And so now we see Ben is kind of building his board in a way that he is going to be able to finish this game, because now Alex has to say, all right, am I going to deal with the Spiritomb? Or am I going to deal with the Moltres? Or am I going to deal with the Weavile? And all of those Pokemon could do dang near 200 damage.
Yeah.
The Weavile is doing 200 damage right now.
Yeah, and every prize Alex takes, that Moltres does an additional 50 damage.
Yep. And the Moltres is doing base 170 right now.
Yep.
If Alex takes one more prize, that's 220 damage.
Right, and I think with that Snorlax going down right there, that was the only Pokemon in his deck that was going to be over 170 damage. So Moltres can clear anything on Alex's board.
Yep. Yeah.
With all those tools, because I don't believe he plays the Luxurious Cape.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's just the Cape of Toughness, the Bravery Charm, and the Fighting Fury Belt. And, you know, we can see now, even with the Cyclizar being softened up, it has a tool on it. So that's big. It's going to be an easy KO. Maybe that'll be a Pokemon that he can use Spiritomb to clean up. And Ben's only got 2 prizes left. So even though he had to take that turn off, he was already ahead of the game with the early knockouts that he had taken. His board is looking phenomenal now. We can see how big keeping that Moltres was. It is just the insurance policy. And that's why I love that card. It is an insurance policy. You look at that thing on the bench and you're just like, dang, bro. There ain't nothing I can put into play that's going to survive a Moltres at the
No.
Absolutely nothing.
That Moltres is a wild card. He's able to clean up just about anything in the format, especially towards the end, right? You're doing base 270 if your opponent's taking 5 prizes. That's crazy.
Here we go. Rally back to put Alex to 2 prizes remaining. We know Reset Stamp has already been used. He has 1 extra energy, I think, on the Cyclizar, right? So he does have like 1 extra energy online. But at this point, all Ben has to do is take 2 knockouts and he wins the game. So his hand did get disrupted. He's going to use Liepard to draw 2 cards, finds Marnie and Nestball. That is a nice card to be able to cycle through the deck a little bit more and see 5 more. And Ben has got the guaranteed knockout with Spiritomb. All he needs to do is find 1 more energy to slap on the Moltres, and then he should be able to say, all right, I've got checkmate, 2 built-up attackers, and you cannot deal with both of them at the same time.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, that Marnie's going to be big. I think get some Nest Ball, try and thin out a little bit more. There's not a lot of cards left in Ben's deck, but that's going to give him more outs to finding exactly what he wants off this Marnie.
And what he wants is energy. Did have to
Yes.
send one to the lost zone. Decides to get Hoopa, just another little insurance policy. Also thins the deck. So I like fishing that thing out just so that it doesn't, it's not, you don't want to draw into it off Marnie, right? So
Right.
just going to get it, floatstone on it so it can't be stalled out. And here we go. Marnie for 5. And then Ben is going to get set to 4. And there is the dark.
I think he had 5 accounted for, and there were 6 in the list. And first one off the top is that last dark energy.
And that is pretty much what he needs to do to establish game. We see Clara there also could be big. If he takes that off of this prize, he's saying, okay, I've got energy and Pokemon ready to go. Just absolutely nuts. The darkness energy I expect to see slam down onto the Moltres. He's going to quick ball away Ball Guy to just thin the deck a little bit more. Yeah, there are, 5 cards left in deck.
Yeah.
So pretty high chance of him hitting that dark off of the Marnie. Just get the coughing out of the deck and put it into the hand. And I do expect to see, there we go. Darkness energy down. I don't mind keeping the Buddy Buddy Poffin just in case you want, I don't know, something to trade away, I guess.
Yeah.
He's not burning it looks like. And I think he's going to elect to attack with Spiritomb, which is the correct play for sure.
Build Spite on the way up. So he's now doing, 180 base damage with that Muscle Band.
Yes, sir. And takes the Clara, which should be, again, just a little bit more insurance policy against any sort of disruption. He can retrieve some darkness energy from the discard pile if he has to. Alex is in a really kind of critically ugly spot right now, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I think, he can go up like we were talking earlier, right? He can go up with the Cyclizar and use Ram to take this knockout, but that Galarian Moltres is going to come back up and clean the board.
And that's why I just love that card. I do love that card in the darkness decks. It's situations like this, exactly what we're seeing. If you had to leave it up to Hoopa to win the game, you may end up needing a boss or something. If you have to leave it up to a Spiritomb to win the game, you may have to find your Frozen City or like your Rainbow Energy or something like that. Like Moltres is just sitting there menacingly. And if Alex takes this knockout, it's doing 270 damage. And it kind of just powers itself up. Malevolent Charge, getting that kind of bonus energy attachment means that Raihan, Dark Patch, even just manually attaching if you're kind of already ahead on attachments, can really get you there quite easily, as we see Ben has already kind of been able to do. So I'm not sure what Alex is going to dig for. He knows that... What are Alex's options?
Alex likes to play it out. I don't know if there are a lot of options at this point, Andrew. He Squovits away his hand, puts the Nest Dash deck a hand at the bottom of the deck, gets a Fire Energy off the top. Now he's going to draw. I'm not sure, because there's no way to slow down the Moltres, right? Even getting the Snorlax, even if you're able to get Snorlax powered up, like we've been saying, Galarian Moltres is doing 270 damage. That's almost enough to take out a Pokemon V-Star, right?
Yeah, you're not kidding. It would literally have to be like Counter Catcher the Moltres. It doesn't play Counter Catcher. Even just thinking in like a purely hypothetical situation, it'd have to be like Counter Catcher Moltres to knock it out with like a belted Snorlax, right? Which is just not something that is feasible. So I think Alex is just going through the motions here. He's going to retreat into the Cyclizar, make it a 1 prize game. This was a very close game, really back and forth. We were talking early on, dude, oh my gosh, the swing to Alex, and oh my gosh, the swing back to Ben. And here we go. Cyclizar takes the knockout, and we are going to see Ben retreat into Galarian Moltres and use that Fiery Wrath attack to take the game. 270 damage, absolutely incinerating that Cyclizar. What a gnarly finish. Just a 1 prize game, folks. That is as close as it gets. And now, after a tie game, we see the lead go back to Ben Morse as he collects his second win.
I was close. You said counter catcher, and I had to check. Alex does love to play counter catcher, so I wasn't convinced he didn't have it in that deck. He doesn't. So there was maybe a route where if he was able to Mallow and Lana, when he searched that out with tag call, he could have healed off. If he promoted the Sickles Art, could have healed the damage that was on it, healed the damage, counter catchered the Galarian Moltres. I think though the Spiritomb was still going to have 180 damage that he was doing, and Sickles Art I think only had 170 HP with the tool boost there. So it was I think checkmate at that point.
Yeah, that was super gnarly with no way to really take a double knockout or just kind of mess with Ben's established 2 attackers. I think Ben had kind of done what he needed to do to make sure that he was clearing all of Alex's guys there at the end of the game, and taking down the colorless deck without, it looks like maybe, what are they, killing a fly or something? Taking down the colorless deck without any field blower.
Yeah, that was impressive. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really good game by both players. I was very impressed. Looks like we've got a new deck from Alex actually, and it looks like Ben is playing water. This is probably a good time, like you've said. You've gotten 2 wins. You're up. Go with your one you're least confident in. That it could be Alex's psychic deck that he's bringing out here. He might still be trying to hold on in the lightning, because I know he's not confident in it. He should be. It's a great deck.
Yeah.
I think he's after playing the last couple of weeks at League, I think was a little iffy on it. There's a lot of routing you have to do in that deck. Math needs to line up. Into water, even with Mana Feed, still could be a good deck. Or a good matchup. You have weakness, right? But Psychic also would be a really good. Dark's out of the way. You're not that worried about it anymore. This might be a really good time, because what decks does Ben have left? Water and colorless. Heavily reliant ability decks. If Alex, I know he doesn't like the Wobbuffet, but if Alex starts the Wobbuffet, that could be really huge.
It could be huge. Yeah, there's a lot of, Alex is definitely a very opinionated Gym Leader Challenge player. He's got his decks and his cards that he likes, and he's got his decks and his cards that he does not like. I think even when he was playing his Psychic deck, he wasn't playing Marshadow in his deck simply because he hates the card. And he hates it when people play it against him. He thinks it's unfair. So I think he just wasn't playing it.
He doesn't have it today. But he's got some interesting things in his Psychic list. So we'll have to see if that's what he's pulled out here. He does have Wobbuffet though, so that'll be good.
Alex, a man of honor. Yes. He doesn't think a card is fair and it deserves banned, so he won't play it. Yes, very principled Gym Leader Challenge player. You love to see it. Now these two are getting shuffled up for round number 4, and if this is Psychic, as you had maybe predicted here, then we're going to be seeing, potentially, and then if Alex can take the win, then that's going to mean that the 2 wins for both players so far are Psychic and Dark. How telling is that? Yeah,
they are 2 of, if not the best decks in the format. Obviously, Dark has an incredible Psychic matchup, but Guzzlord being able to take 2 prizes is really strong. Psychic just has so many options at its disposal. There are so many ways you can play Psychic because it has so many strong cards in the card pool. They are very strong. And then, Water's nothing to sneeze at either, right? Like, these decks they've got, yep. All right, it looks like it is Psychic for Alex and Water for Ben.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Now the Water deck, incredibly high-end potential. It is a absolute beast when it gets going. The thing about the Water deck is that you have to set up. So it can sometimes be a little slow to set up. You have to set up stage 2 Pokemon. And you have to get your abilities online so that you can accelerate energy into play. And your attackers require a lot of energy. You can't usually just manually attach to them and do a whole lot. And you're not really taking knockouts unless you have your setup Pokemon established first. Many of the other decks that we've seen so far, mostly Dark, the Psychic, and Colorless, they don't require setup in order to start swinging. In fact, Colorless, you just attach 2 energy and then you start going. So where the decks that we've seen so far are definitely lower to the ground and easier to get moving, the high-end potential of the Water deck is so incredibly high. You can just accelerate energy into play from your hand. You can use Kyogre to snipe 180 damage and take out everything that you want. You can use Wailord with its 200 HP and just wall attacks while you slug for 200 damage. Just an absolutely gnarly deck when it gets going. It looks like these players are ready to go, and we are off to battle number 4. It looks like Alex is choosing to go second. Ben opens kind of looks like a little bit of an ugly hand, but he does have Ultra Ball and can Ultra Ball away maybe a pair of Water Energy. We did see the top decked that Octillery, and we'll maybe be able to start using its Abyssal Hand ability next turn to draw more cards.
Yeah, and Alex looks like he started the Giratina, which is an unideal starter. He's got a hefty 3 retreat, and you really want to be able to discard him to get use out of its Dimension Door ability, right? To be able to ping
Dimension Valley, right?
No, that's
not
Stadium.
Dimension Valley. Is it Dimension Door?
I don't know now.
It's not Dimension Door, is it? I'm gonna look it up. If it's Dimension Door, I'm gonna feel so bad for calling you out twice.
Distortion Door.
Distortion Door. I was gonna say there's no way it's Dimension Door.
We were both mixing Dimension Valley.
We were, yes.
Distortion Door.
Distortion Door, yes. But that's so good. I mean, being able to ping 10 damage, you usually want to be able to put it to the discard pile first. It's a fatty. It's got a retreat cost of 3. Not a great starter.
Even if you get the mystery energy in the psychic list, right? It's a special energy that reduces the retreat cost of 2. It doesn't give them free retreats. So you still have a retreat of 1 on Giratina at that point. You're probably more likely to just start powering him up manually if that's the case. But Alex does have the Xatu in his list. It can accelerate energy. It's just it's a little difficult. You can't only do that to the benched Pokemon, but you get to draw 2. So we're gonna see what he can do. Ben is still searching off of the Ultra Ball here. He attached energy to Sobble on the active and discarded 2 more, and is now going through a deck check, looking to see what he wants to pull out with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, it's got to be. I gotta think it's got to be Remoraid, but Alex does. I mean, or Ben. If Ben pries the Remoraid, I mean, then that's not an option. Oh, there's the Remoraid. Okay, so yes, gonna go get Remoraid, and is kind of signaling, all right, I really want to use my abilities next turn, and this is where the strength of this matchup really goes to the Psychic side, because you can kind of see, all right, Ben's got a board with a Remoraid and a Sobble. The Sobble evolves into Drizzile, which would really love to use its Shady Dealings ability to go search out a trainer card from the deck. The Remoraid evolves into Octillery, which can fill its hand, which can fill Ben's hand to 5 cards. Those are both very strong abilities, but all Alex has to do is pivot into a Wobbuffet. If he can get a Wobbuffet into the active spot, then he can shut down all of Ben's abilities and really take some time to build up a stable board behind his Wobbuffet and kind of establish his own abilities first. But like we said, Giratina, probably the worst starter in the deck. 3 retreat cost. He's not going to be able to easily pivot into that Wobbuffet at all.
And I don't know if I saw it on the first pass through. He pulled the Ralts out that he's looking for off this mysterious treasure. Might need to just say, I've got to set up my own board if I can't get the Wobbuffet out. He does have access to the Hisuian Heavy Ball if he's prized it. Again, still can't move the Giratina though, so might just be saying I need to establish a board behind Giratina. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to slow Ben down, but this is what I have to do based on the cards I was dealt.
It looks like he's got Palpat in hand and an Ultra Ball, and maybe the best supporter in his hand's a Tulip. That is not great. And we do just see the Psychic Energy to the Tina and a pass. So Alex can sigh a little bit of a sigh of relief because he knows that Ben is probably not attacking this turn. I say probably because now the Sobble does have 2 energy on it, and he did, I think, draw into a rare candy. So if Ben finds Inteleon or a card that could search out Inteleon, Ben could just skip all of the energy accelerating shenanigans and attack with the cheapest attacker in his deck, Inteleon, from the Sword and Shield base set. And if he uses Rare Candy to get into Inteleon, he can use its Shady Dealings ability to go search out whatever 2 cards he wants from his deck and put them in whatever 2 trainer cards he wants from his deck and put them into his hand. He's got the Abyssal Hand to see if he can find it. No dice.
It was close. I mean, yeah, you get to Rare Candy and Inteleon and you're attacking already turn 2 with a powerful stage 2. Not only are you doing damage, you also have that very nice Shady Dealings ability, right, where you're able to search 2 trainer cards out of your deck upon evolving the Pokemon from your hand. We do see that he missed the knockout there, or the Inteleon out there. He drew into Nessa, which is the same as Tulip, so neither of these guys like those cards in their hand at this point in the game. He's going to go ahead for the Guzma.
Ooh, this is kind of funky.
Yeah.
I think he's just got to play the Guzma so that he can get it out of his hand so he can Abyssal Hand for more cards next turn. But I'm sure Alex is so stoked that the Guzma was played because it moves this ugly Giratina out of the active spot, right?
Having the Curly in hand was really nice for Alex. It's a little unfortunate now that Curly is stuck in the active now as well because it has a retreat cost of 2. Now you have, I believe Alex has Floatstone in the list, so you have outs to move it, but it's still going to be tough.
And all right, Alex finds Iono and is going to say, all right, let's get us both out of these ugly looking hands and into some new cards. I'm sure Ben is extraordinarily relieved that he is getting hit with that Iono and is going to get to see 6 new cards. But Alex absolutely had to slam that thing to get his own board moving because he did not have anything going on over here. We see that he is playing the Mew from Celebrations in his deck, which is super cool, and finds Not-To, which can evolve into Zot-To to help accelerate energy into play. Hisuian Heavy Ball is a swing and a miss.
I guess the Wobbuffet must be in the deck then. I did check. He does not play Floatstone. It is just U-Turn Board and Mystery Energy. So that unless he had, U-Turn Board Energy or Mystery Energy itself, that Curly is sticking there for now.
Oh, yeah. No Floatstone. I mean, I get it. I do prefer U-Turn Board to Floatstone in a lot of decks. Because once Floatstone goes down, it feels really bad. Field Blower just gets rid of it. The U-Turn board does not get discarded from play without, coming back. So I do really like that. And even if the U-Turn board gets hit by Field Blower, you get to just bring it right back to the hand to use again. It only decreases the retreat cost by 1 as opposed to all, but the U-Turn board is very good on that Mew from Celebrations, which is exactly what he wants.
He did think he almost attached it. I think he might be going for the attach and the U-Turn board on there to try and remove this Curlia out of the active. I like the idea of what he's trying to do. I think the U-Turn board would have been obviously nicer to have on the Mew from Celebrations. It's just, you do sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get out of the situation that you're in. Right,
because how is the Mew moving now, right?
Well, it's not.
No, right. And it's like, so you really want to keep it?
He does play Scoop Up Net, so he can get that out of the active, but that's once, right? The beauty of putting the U-Turn board, and I mean, I think he saw the Field Blower off of the Celebrations Mew ability there, Mysterious Tail. You could get it and then put the U-Turn board or Field Blower, your own U-Turn board, put that back on the Mew, but you don't want to be wasting your Field Blower to do something like that.
Against water, you almost don't care. They don't really play any tools. I don't think Ben plays any tools. Ben maybe plays 1 Floatstone.
That's true.
The only thing that you're kind of wanting to get rid of in the water deck is maybe the Chaotic Swell. If he plays Chaotic Swell to protect against Parallel City, that could be big. So maybe that would be a good save for him. I think Ben is sitting pretty with the fact that Alex has not retreated into a Wobbuffet yet. I mean, that is like the play that Alex kind of has to cook up in order to really shut this game down. But he has not been able to do that yet. A little bit of a slow, clunky start from the Psychic deck. And I think now Ben, with a fresh new hand to 6, probably feeling real good, is going to be able to start establishing things. There's the Chaotic Swell.
The only other stadium that's in Ben's deck is Brooklet Hill. I wasn't sure if he was going to play Parallel, but I mean, you don't want to play Parallel since the Parallel City, while limiting your opponent's bench to 3, would make your own water type Pokemon do 20 less damage. It's grass, fire, and water that impacts, right? So I've seen some water lists play it. Since you are going to do 180 damage with the Kyogre, 160 still really strong. It takes out a lot of Pokemon in the format, right? You can add an additional energy to the Wailord with the Hydro Pump attack. You're doing still upwards of 200 damage with 5 energy, I believe. So the Chaotic Swell, if Alex wants to get his own Parallel City into play, now he would want to find that Field Blower, and then that would be an opportunity for him to move the U-turn board around.
Yeah, and the Chaotic Swell is so good against the Psychic deck, not only preventing Parallel City from coming into play, but also preventing Dimension Valley from coming into play. And both of those stadiums are some of Psychic's strongest assets. The Dimension Valley makes it so that Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless less. And it really makes all of these attacks on Alex's side of the board much more obtainable. I mean, think like the Giratina right now has got 1 Psychic energy on it, and its Shadow Impact attack costs 2 Psychic and a colorless. But with a Dimension Valley in play, that's just 2 Psychic energy, so he's 1 attachment away from attacking. But with the Chaotic Swell discards a stadium if someone tries to counter it, so it'll discard the stadium attempting to come in and counter it. So in order to play a stadium, Alex first has to deal with the Chaotic Swell and then get a stadium card into play. And that's why it's so powerful in the water deck, because it prevents Parallel City from coming into play easily. And Parallel City is one of the most devastating stadium cards for a setup deck like the water deck, which loves to have a wide bench of 5.
And we got an N here, so we're going to get a fresh hand of 6 new cards for both players.
Ooh, and Ben found some really nice stuff. He's got a Drizzile, which he can use. Shady Dealings. I suspect that he would like to move this Arctibax out of the active spot. So if he can go get the floater, we're going to see that Shady Dealings to go get the Float Stone, and then he'll be able to retreat the Arctibax into literally anything else, because you don't want to have that thing in harm's way at all. Or Rope. I mean, Rope also works. That's kind of interesting because it preserves the Float Stone and also gets this Mew out of the active spot.
It puts Alex right back into that really tough position that he was in before. He's choosing to promote the Giratina. He got some new cards off that end we haven't had a chance to see much of yet, so we'll see what he's got going on his turn. But I like that, right? You preserve the Float Stone, and you get the Mew out of the active. I think that's good.
Now, Escape Rope is an interesting call from Ben to include in the water list for this event. And I think that the reason for that is he wants to be able to push around Wobbuffet, right? He wants to be able to push around Galarian Weezing if Alex were to bring it. And saying like, all right, I know Ability Lock's very strong. The most popular Ability Lockers in the format are Wobbuffet and Galarian Weezing. So I'm going to play the Escape Rope. It's just an added out to help push around those guys and help break those crippling Ability Locks.
It's really nice you can get that, Irida is a very powerful supporter card in the water type deck, right? You get a water Pokemon and an item card. So if you find yourself in a position like that, you can use the Irida to get the Escape Rope, right? So that would be really nice as well. Another out potentially to trying to push around a Wobbuffet.
Alex is in the grinder here. I mean, at this point, Ben is 1 turn away from getting Baxcalibur online. He's got a Drizzile with 2 energy on it, and I really love to see that, because that means even if Alex were going to do something nefarious like play Hex Maniac or knock out the Arctibax or bring it up or whatever, right? Then Ben is still in a situation where he can just attack next turn with Inteleon. And Inteleon is not an attacker to underestimate in the water deck. I can't tell you how often Inteleon gets in there in the water deck. I mean, almost every single game it feels like. Aqua Bullet does 120 damage for 2, and then does 20 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And the fact that Inteleon also just has 160 base hit points too just means that it is a really big guy and like super annoying to try and knock out. So that Inteleon is always kind of a looming threat on Ben's board now, since the Drizzile has 2 energy attached to it. And then, of course, getting the Shady Dealings when you evolve it into play. Getting 2 trainer cards out of the deck is just ridiculous.
I believe off the end that Alex had got the Scoop Up Net, so he should be able to move this Mew. Off the Ultra Ball, we saw him get the Xatu with the Clairvoyant Sense ability. It uses you can do it once per turn and accelerate a psychic energy from your hand to one of your benched Pokemon, and then you can draw 2 cards when you do that. We saw off those 2 cards that he got the Buddy Buddy Poffin and is going to pull out the Inkay and the Mr. Mime. You get some bench protection going, because surprisingly, one of the big things on the water side, that Kyogre can snipe anything he wants with Dynamic Wave, and can do 180 damage to anything on Alex's board. So getting some bench protection with the Mr. Mime, that's really good. If he can, Alex is going to use Mysterious Tail here. If he has an out to another energy, doesn't look like it. I got the Field Blower. As I say, might have a way to get Giratina up into the active. I think he's hoping right now, at least, since if he's not going to be able to take this knockout, he's going to want to keep the backs or the Arctobacks stuck, at least, I think is what he's hoping for, right? The Field Blower, I'm curious if he's going to try and move his own U-turn board.
If he had Dimension Valley. Ooh, I like that. Yes, so the Field Blower. Wow, and here's the Dimension Valley. This is a huge play from Alex. And I love seeing the Field Blower remove the U-turn board off his Kirlia, and then the U-turn board, when it gets discarded from play, comes back to the hand, allowed him to pop that U-turn board up to hand to put onto the Mew so that he could retreat the Mew and Dimension Valley, making it so the Giratina can attack with Shadow Impact for just 2 Psychic Energy. And Alex is going to take the first knockout of the game. And Shadow Impact does require that he places 4 damage counters on one of his own Pokemon, so he's going to have to decide which Pokemon that is. Chooses Mr. Mime, and I think that was the perfect turn from Alex.
Yes, I think that really worked out well. I was very curious to see where he was going to put that 4 damage counters. The Inteleon with Aqua Bullet has that Snipe 20. If Ben is able to get a Hex play or Silent Lab, I mean, he doesn't play Silent Lab, but if he's able to play Hex this turn with Inteleon, which if he can have an out to Inteleon, which he has here with Dive Ball, he can get Hex off Dive Ball, and then, or he can get Inteleon off Dive Ball, evolve, use Shady Dealings, get 2 trainer cards from his deck, one of which could be Hex. He can put the 20 damage counters onto Alex's bench because he's removing the bench barrier ability by playing Hex. So the 4 damage counters was actually really crucial, because if he put it on Mew only has 60 HP. That's going to be a knockout. If he put it on Inkay, same thing. So you don't want to put it on the Mr. Mime, since that's your bench protection, but you kind of have to, because you don't want to put it on the Kirlia, because that 40 damage is going to come into play later. Gallade has 160 HP. That's a perfect knockout on the for the Inteleon then as well, right? So he also got the Brooklet Hill to counter the Dimension Valley.
That was huge. And he had Rescue Stretcher, so he could put the Frigibacks and Arctibacks back into the deck and was able to get Brooklet Hill to counter the Dimension Valley. You want to take that Dimension Valley out ASAP. I mean, that is just one of the biggest cards in the Psychic pool. Dimension Valley just makes all of these attacks so much easier to use. And now we're seeing that early energy investment into the Sobble and the Drizzile is paying off right now for Ben. Usually water decks would be stuck without an energy accelerator in play. What are you really doing? And here we're kind of seeing a theme in Ben's play. How often is Ben bringing up the draw power and knocking it out, right? He's ignoring the attacker. But at this point, I think taking out the Kirlia is a nice heads-up play, since Inteleon has 160 hit points, is not going to be able to get taken down by this Giratina. And Giratina Shadow Impact, capped at 130, is going to have to just swing into Inteleon, or maybe Alex will have to find a way to move this Inteleon and try to hit something on the bench instead.
Yeah, that was a really good response there from Ben this turn. He didn't advance his own board state that much. I mean, obviously getting the Arctibacks back, or the Frigibacks back was really big, because you need to be able to accelerate that energy. But by being able to slow down Alex's draw power, the only thing that was actively on his board that could have taken the knockout was going to be the Gallade, right? He discarded the Latios earlier, I believe. That would have been able to do, 180 for 3 and take the knockout with discarding all your energy. But, he has the Malamar, so he can accelerate the energy from the discard pile, Psychic Recharge. He has the Xatu Live for Clairvoyant Sense again, right? So he has ways to accelerate energy. If he has an out that he can get, the Latios maybe back, I don't believe... Oh, he did get the Rescue Stretcher. Okay. All right. Now he has to make the choice of if he shuffles back in the Ralts, the Kirlia, and the Latios, or if he just takes the Latios back if he has the energy. The problem is I don't think he has a significant amount of energy to pull out here. Going to get Town Map off the Mysterious Tail.
At this point, Alex's board is looking real nice, but the attackers it's just like, what attacker are we using that can deal with these big Pokemon? We've got Inteleon in the active spot, 160 hit points, Wailord on the bench, or Wailmer on the bench, which can evolve into Wailord, which has 200 hit points. Kyogre on the bench has base 140 hit points. Alex is going to have to deal with these Pokemon that have a massive amount of HP. And as it is right now, he doesn't have any attackers that can deal with them, but here is the Rescue Stretcher for Latios.
Okay, we see he has 2 energy in hand, it looks like, so he's going to be able to power up this Latios, right? He's going to use Clairvoyant Sense, draw 2 more cards. He's going to use Psychic Recharge, accelerate one of the energies from the discard pile. Get 2. And then he's going to have an attachment from hand for turn to be able to accelerate that 3rd energy onto the Latios to do 180 damage. This was actually a really good turn based on what he had to begin with. That Luster Purge attack, Latios is kind of the definition of a glass cannon, right? Hit big, low hit point. But there's nothing else really on Ben's board that is going to be able to take a quick knockout without, that maybe a rare Candyback's Caliber play.
Yeah, so what Ben just got his hand marnied. His hand wasn't like super turbo great before the Marnie. He must have drawn into Floatstone because here comes Octillery, right? And all he really needs is like an Irida. I mean, if he has Irida in hand, it's lights out, right? Because he goes Irida for rare Candyback's Caliber. He's got Bucket in hand to go get energy, and he's going to be able to hit those big numbers. So Evolution Incense can go get maybe Wailord. It's got to be. And you're kind of just hoping, like, please let me get the rare candy in the rare Candyback's Caliber combo. I do actually like this. So Evolution Incense for Starmie instead. And what that allows you to do is guarantee lots of energy after the Abyssal Hand ability. It can also allow you to use the Space Beacon ability on Starmie and fail it. And that can allow you to use Abyssal Hand for more cards. If Ben can draw into Teammates or Irida, both of those cards get him the rare Candybacks. So he's going to have to hit that. Or maybe Colress for like 10 could be good. Like, that's another one. I like playing Colress in my water deck.
Especially since Alex already has a full bench. I mean, a Colress that would be a lot. He's going to play the Capacious Bucket.
Maybe he has to fail Capacious Bucket or like get one and attach it. Yeah, and do a manual attach from hand. I think that's probably a reasonable play. There's no guarantee that Alex is going to be able to respond to a big knockout. I mean, if Ben is able to cook up a knockout this turn and establish his back's caliber, I do like Brooklet for the Lapras, and it looks like that's kind of what he's eyeing up. Lapras can attack for 1 energy. It can confuse. It can punch. I really don't hate it. I think it's a fine option. So it looks like he is going to Brooklet for the Lapras and decides to get 2 water off of the Capacious Bucket. So now his hand is kind of jammed, and he's going to have to draw off of Abyssal Hand It's all going to come down to what cards does he see. But by taking both water, how is he going to draw off Abyssal Hand? How many cards is he going to be able to draw?
I really liked if he just taken the 1. He's going to be able to draw 2, I believe, off of the Abyssal Hand, unless he fails the Starmie here.
And that seems bad because he's going to want to use the Starmie after if he hits it, right?
I mean, if he just took the 1 energy, he could have attached to the Lapras.
I know.
And then you saved. If he had the out to the Baxcalibur, he could have accelerated the other 2 to the Lapras and taken the knockout.
Oh, he's got research in hand. That's what that full art is. Okay. So he's going research, discard, draw 7. That I really like. Oh my! When you're good, bro.
Oh
when you're good, you're freaking good, bro. When you're good,
wow,
you're just good.
I was about to say I would have liked to see him the Abyssal Hand first.
I would have liked to see the Abyssal Hand first too, man. He just said let it rip. Because if you use Abyssal Hand and you find Irida or teammates, then
you keep a research for the next turn. Even
then you just do that, right? But hey, when you're good, you're good.
Does he have an out to the Wailord though?
I don't think he does. So I don't know who he's attacking with because he's got 2 energy off of Starmie. He decided to attach to the Whale instead of Kyogre. And now is like, I can do 100 damage with Lapras. He could attack with Baxcalibur. And God, I hate that.
Yeah.
But Baxcalibur does take the knockout if that's what he wants to do. But man, how risky is that?
I mean, we just watched Alex pull Latios out of the discard and accelerate all this powerful energy to the Latios out of nowhere last turn.
Right.
You know, Baxcalibur would not be safe at that point, I believe. So it looks like he's going to try and preemptively attach some energy to the Wailmer, and then he's going to attach 1 with Super Cold to the Lapras. He's got Field Blower, Ball Guy, and Alolan Vulpix in his hand. Not exactly a great hand right now.
But he can Abyssal.
He does still have Abyssal Hand. That's right. He didn't do it this turn. I was thinking next turn.
He didn't do it yet.
You're right. He does still have that active.
Didn't do it yet. And now is trying to weigh like, okay, do I play my Field Blower? Yeah, I think you do. Get rid of your own Brooklet Hill if you have to.
Yeah.
The U-turn board back to hand. Fine. And then we're going to see an Abyssal if we hit a Wailord off of this. Arctibax. That is not it.
I kind of would have liked leaving the U-turn board, I think, because if you miss this knockout, I mean, I guess what is that the Hydro Pump Wailmer that he has there? He might be able to just go up with Wailmer and take the knockout, but that feels really bad because Giratina is 1 energy attachment away from taking the knockout on her turn. But by Field Blowing the U-turn board, that allows Alex to then potentially put the U-turn board onto the Latios since it only has 1 retreat and move it into something else.
I really think, and obviously we're talking about hindsight, but like, you know, was there more outs to finding another water energy or more outs to finding Wailord off of that? Off of that. Can this Wailmer take the knockout?
I believe he has I believe it's the Hydro Pump Wailmer that he's using.
Whoa. Okay, well, no wonder. I was like, because if you invest that energy somewhere else, then you're kind of in a situation where if you hit 1 more energy, you take the knockout. But I guess he was saying, all right, if I hit 1 more energy, I could take this knockout with Wailmer.
I mean, that's 5 energy on Wailmer, though.
But he's got the Starmie in play.
That's true.
Yeah, he does. So Starmie can recur some of that energy if he loses it. And this Wailmer with 5 energy on it does kind of protect Ben's board in more ways than you might think, because a 5 energy Wailmer is instantly the most dangerous thing on the board. And Alex is going to have to deal with it this turn. Now, Alex's ideal attack would be ideal situation would be to Hex and knock out the Wailmer. That's like the best case scenario. But and Alex does slam the parallel, this is huge.
Yeah, he took that off the prizes last turn, I believe. And I mean, Alex has 2 energy on Giratina and Psychic Recharge available. He's got the knockout on this Wailmer, right? So now we're in a position to where Ben's looking like he's potentially going to get rid of Lapras and Kyogre off of this Parallel City, which is devastating, right? Because now, I mean, he's not going to have any attackers left. All that energy's gone. Yes, he's going to be able to recur some of it with a Starmie. I mean, he looks like he's weighing that over right now.
I think you have to keep the Starmie, and you can attack with Baxcalibur next turn if you have to. Just put a Snom down and say like, all right, it's fine. 160 hit points. You have to deal with it, and I think that this is absolutely the correct play. He's got the Snom in his hand now. He could say like, okay, now Baxcalibur can attack 130 damage. We'll clear the Giratina, and the Starmie is going to be necessary, especially with these 5 energy going down. I mean, Ben is going to be so dry, right? He's going to absolutely need something to help recur some of those energy. And also the Starmie in combination with Octillery thins the hand down, right? And then also gets energy back from the discard pile. It's just such a powerful engine. And the Floatstone on the Octillery means that he's going to be able to pivot into a new attacker. All he has to do is find maybe a Rescue Stretcher or a Nessa or something like that.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot else in his hand. He does need to get 1 additional energy to attack with the Baxcalibur next turn. So it's gonna be tough. He has that Iono in hand. He can search a little bit deeper next turn. Alex looks like he played the Arven just for Versus Seeker, which with the Iono in Ben's hand is potentially,
that ain't lasting.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate series of events there. But Mewtwo coming down is pretty nice. Limit Break does 90 plus 90 if your opponent has 3 or less prize cards. So if Alex goes up with Giratina this turn, takes the Wailmer out, and then it has Giratina go down because 130 hit points is the exact number of damage that Baxcalibur does, he's going to have 3 prizes next turn, and Mewtwo will be ready to do some damage.
And Mewtwo is big. A little bit of a weird sequencing choice from Alex. I think I like to see the Mew first before the Arven, right? Because what if you Mew into Versus Seeker? Then you can choose to go get whatever you want off of the Arven instead. But yeah, here we are. So maybe just a little bit of a brain fart there. And it looks like Alex is going to select the Level Ball off of the Mew, Mysterious Tail. I don't know that Level Ball is doing anything crucial right now, but just thin it out of the deck. And if Ben is going to use Iono this next turn, then that'll be nice to not draw into. And the Battle VIP Pass. Man, he stays playing Battle VIP Pass.
I did just notice that that top left prize card is Hex. So he was not been able to do the Hex Maniac play this turn. That's a little unfortunate. So he prized both Hex Maniac and Parallel. A little tough, but he's going to be able to pick whatever prize card he wants thanks to that town map play earlier in the game now.
Yes, sir. And Giratina is coming up. Going to use that Shadow Impact attack, take the knockout. We got Malamar charging that extra energy into play so that he can attack with a 3 energy attack. Really the big thing, that Floatstone had to stay on the Octillery. He was going to be in a tough spot if the Floatstone went. Parallel is going to have to get removed somehow. I'm sure Ben is going to start mulling over how to get that thing out of here. But I think his Field Blower's down.
And he's out of Stadium.
And I think both his Stadiums are down. So he's playing with a 3-card bench for the rest of the game.
Yep, and both Field Blowers are down.
For both players.
For both players.
So the Floatstone is going to stay.
Yes.
And I think the Floatstone staying is what is going to allow Ben to play this game with a 3-card bench. And that's why that Parallel decision was so important, so crucial last turn, because he's saying all right, I don't have a bump for this Parallel for the rest of the game. My Chaotic Swell, my Brooklet, and my Field Blower are all down. So I'm living with this choice for good. Now Ben checking the discard pile and is going to bench the Snom. And is that saying all right, and he's got Nessa in hand. So that was an interesting choice. I mean, because he could have Nessa'd for Lapras and 3 energy and just said, here we go, right? But didn't decide to do that. Instead, is going to Iono.
Yeah, Alex putting the 4 damage counters from Shadow Impact onto the Giratina made that a very viable option, right? You would be able to set up the Lapras and the energy and have kept the Iono for this turn. I think knowing that Alex took Verseeker off of the Arven, maybe that was why he wanted to get that out of the hand.
Yeah, but what if Ben misses the knockout here?
I don't think he has an energy.
That's why I'm saying Nessa felt really good last turn.
Yeah.
Let's just do that.
Yeah. He's going to get the energy back here. 2 energy off of Starmie.
And then he's going to get to draw 2 cards and has to hit a water.
But there's so many water in the discard pile as it is.
That's what I'm saying. It had to be Nessa last turn. Get two of your attackers back. Because he had the Nessa in hand. He could just say, like, all right, get two back, and we attack. I know you're like, yes, your Excalibur is a little bit of a capable of being targeted, but if you have like a fully loaded Lapras, who cares? That's fine. Then you just attack with Lapras the following turn, slam down Snom, and you're chilling.
This is an interesting series of events. He only has 2 water left in the deck.
Yep.
And I get he was trying to play the level ball here, right? To thin his hand.
I know.
But now he doesn't have an out to Frostmoth. If he took the Frostmoth here, yes, you only draw 2 cards, but you're guaranteeing that next turn you have the Frostmoth available.
He's drawing 3, there's 2 water in deck, he's drawing 3. He's just saying, like, all right, I do or die. Needs to be a water here. Boom. Boom. Boom, no water. All right. And he now needs to like send Snom and hope for the best. And that's ugly.
I mean, and Alex is already ahead prizes too.
Yep.
I don't think Alex expected the Scaratino to live.
No, I don't think so. And he's got the rope right there. I mean, how devastating is that? And boss. Oh, man. This is tough. Alex is kind of cooking. He's got everything that he needs. And Ben just has his back up against the wall.
I mean, who do you promote? It has to be the Octillery, right? I guess.
You like have to. Well, he's got Nessa in hand, so I think it's got to be Octillery, sadly. He's got like lots of draw. His deck is only like 10 more cards.
True.
You don't need Octillery.
That's true. You don't need Octillery.
Yeah, Octillery goes. It's the Octillery.
I mean, that's really tough though, because the float stone on the Octillery, if he promotes the Excalibur, attacks with that next turn, and then he goes down, because Limit Break will be live on the Mewtwo and can take out Excalibur quickly, you're going to have a hard time being able to maneuver Frostmoth and accelerating energy into an attacker and being able to streamline to finish this game out.
So this is what needs to happen right here. Apparently we're getting word from Natalie that when Alex played the escape rope, Ben was like, my boys, lamenting, my boys, no, not my boys. This is kind of what, and the boss is going for the Starmie. Okay, so this is what needs to happen for Ben. I think he needs to play the Nessa this turn, obviously. I think it needs to be like 2 water energy. No, the Starmie was going to play such a crucial role in getting him the resources he needed to close this game out. I don't know that Ben is going to be able to do this regardless. He could do it if he is able to attack with Excalibur and Hex this turn, I guess. Right? Maybe.
Alex is really just loading up those damage counters on the Giratina, saying, please just take him out.
Right.
I want to be able to bring up Mewtwo.
Okay. And what does Ben have? There's a Versus Seeker. There's no attacker in the hand. There's Nessa.
And he's got a very big hand, so he's not going to be able to Abyssal Hand into new cards.
No, but he's got 2 water in deck. 2. So it could be a potential Iono to 2. Nope, Nessa. Okay, and I like the Nessa. You Iono to 1 next turn, right? You Nessa this turn. You get your guys back. Yup. And you get the Whalmer. You get the energy. There's no Starmie, so you have to get 3 energy. And then you load all the energy in play now. You say, all right, here's 1, 2 onto Whalmer. Unfortunately, I don't know that he can Abyssal Hand. So,
I don't know if he's going to be able to Hex next turn, right? Because he needs to be... if Excalibur goes down... Are there still 2 energy left in the deck?
There's 2.
Okay, all right.
Because he had a chance of hitting one of the 2 off of the last play, and he didn't.
Okay.
So now he's just stuck though. And if this Excalibur goes down, then he needs to find Frostmoth. He needs to find Wailord. He needs to find his final 2 energy, which he can do. It's possible. He's still got the Floatstone on the Octillery. It's doable. And we could see a Wailord sweep. And I mean, that's kind of what he's looking for. It's what he wants. We'll see if he's able to pull it off, though. And finally, Bax Caliber getting in there with the knockout. 130 damage for 3.
Now, for the first time all game, we could see Giratina come out with a Distortion Door and put 10 damage 10 damage onto 2 of Ben's bench Pokemon. Now, it's not perfect, but if that happens twice, that math lines up for a limit break into the Wailord, right? Because Wailord has 200 HP.
It's true.
Alex's deck kind of caps out at 180 damage because Muscle Band is prized. Now, with that knowledge, though, Alex has a choice. Does he take the Muscle Band or does he take the Hex?
Got to take the Muscle Band at this point. Like, what does Hex matter?
Yeah.
Like, what do you care about Hex?
Because Ben's still going to have another turn. And Alex probably needs the Muscle Band from here, I think. He's got teammates this turn, which is really nice.
Professor's Letter as well, so he's going to get to load up some energy into play. 2 energy out of the deck with Professor's Letter. He can use Xatu's Clairvoyant Sense to load an extra energy into play. And then Malamar Psychic Recharge, get another energy into play. I mean, this is kind of exactly what Alex needs to start to seal this game away. He needs to establish maybe at least an attacker and a half.
Yep.
To kind of just say, like, all right, we're here. I've got the knockout on this Bax Caliber. The recycle energy on the Mewtwo is funny. If the Mewtwo gets knocked out, that energy comes back. Here is Distortion Door with the Giratina. Can ping 10 damage onto Wailmer and the Snom. That's fine. And a Psychic onto the Giratina as well. Now, still, if Ben can cook up the nasty, all right, if somehow he can get this Wailord back and evolve Snom and draw into his final 2 energy, he's still got 3 prizes to take.
I think Alex is about to go down to 1 prize remaining here. Even if Mewtwo goes down, I think Versus Seeker's still in the deck. Guzma, Boss, those are both still options for him. I think this one might be a little tough for Ben to come back from.
100%. Iona, though, Iona can do anything. Ben's got Xatu is his best draw power on board and requires that you have Psychic Energy in hand in order to use it. So there is a very real possibility that Alex gets stuck without a hand in this next turn. And let's see, what is Ben able to cook up? Irida off the top of the deck. He's got, I think, Versus Seeker, right? And he's got Hisuian Heavy Ball, which he'll play. You see there's the Splash Energy.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I mean, like, he needs a lot and has a very large hand. I think the Versus Seeker Iona is probably his best play at this point. I agree. Try to reduce his own hand size to dig a little bit deeper into the deck because he needs so much. Now,
or he has to go Versus Seeker Nessa and get the Wailord 2 energy. I don't know if the Moth is in the discard pile. Like,
I think
where's the
Wailord's
Moth?
still in the deck. I don't know where the Frost Moth is.
I think the Wailord might be in the discard, unfortunately, because I think he rotted back in. Like, how did he get the Wailmer out of the discard? Was it?
He never evolved. We have not seen the Wailord yet.
I'm
right?
saying, yeah. Moth's in the discard pile too, so it's got to be Versus Seeker for. Ooh, what are we doing here? Versus Seeker for Iono. Okay. Maybe there's a Rod in deck. Maybe it's Iono into Rod and Abyssal Hand into the nuts.
Man, you're leaving a lot to that octopus.
Oh well. Oh, the whale is in deck. Yeah, the Moth is in deck.
Oh my gosh! I was gonna say,
here it is. This is it. And he's counting now. Like, yeah, he literally is gonna draw into it. Here it all is.
Does he have enough turns left if he draws into the deck?
Yeah. He has to decide. So that's why he counted his deck, because he's like, I know that there's a water in the bottom 3. So he's like, I need to draw exactly the amount of cards so I don't get any of those cards in my hand back, basically. So draw 3, and he's going to guarantee the water. He's checking again. I think, is it draw 3 or draw 4? You know, because he wants to give himself the most amount of turns possible, right?
Right.
And oh my God, Wailord off the top ropes, dude. This is insane. I guess I missed it when I missed it when Ben put these cards back into the deck. I thought they were in the discard pile. But Ben, having perfect knowledge of his deck at the end of the game, allowed him to play that Iono and just draw into the final cards. I mean, literally the perfect amount of resources.
Yeah, I mean, that Iono to 3 was Wailord, Frostmoth, Water Energy.
Yeah, literally. Like one more, and now it's the second water's here. And we knew that there was the extra water in deck, right? And now he just needs to make sure that he does not deck out. Here's the other water. Here's the whale. And this is a Hydro Pump for 170 damage, taking out Mewtwo. All right, Hydro Pump. And now the ball is in Alex's court to deal with this thing. And really, I mean, Ben just has to have 2 cards in deck to be able to play this out, right? That's all he needs. You could top deck next turn, and then top deck the following turn and win. So Alex has 2 turns to deal with the whale. He can attack with the Giratina this turn, swing for 130 with Shadow Impact, and he can do that with the Recycle Energy, which he attached, and Malamar. And then the Giratina comes back from the discard pile. So long as he can find 1 more energy, he could do that. Scoop up net. He's using Mysterious Tail now. Now, you can't take supporters off of Mysterious Tail. You can only take item cards.
Yeah, that's too bad. That Raihan there would have been really nice. Guarantee it.
Yeah, it would have been. Looks like we're getting Scoop Up Nets. This is really a nail-biter. I mean, Alex has got just 1 prize left to take. All he has to do is take this knockout, and he wins. But Wailord, 200 HP. Alex does not have an attacker that can deal with that right now. He's got the Recycle Energy and Malamar's Psychic Recharge.
Could he potentially attack with Malamar or Xatu next turn? He only needs to do 60 damage.
He's doing 130, 140, 60 damage.
He still needs another energy because
so
they're both 3 energy attacks.
It doesn't matter because it could just be the Giratina to come back and attack, right?
I didn't know if one of those were... I couldn't remember if Malamar has a 2 energy attack.
Yep. So here we go. Shadow Impact. Putting the damage onto the Wailord. And it looks like Alex is going to put the damage on his own guy. All right. Ball back in Ben's court. Does Ben have Hex? Is Hex an option? Hex, I think, like seals it.
Yeah, Hex would win this for sure right now because, I mean, Alex needs abilities to do anything next turn.
Yeah. What options does he have? He can bench the Alolan Vulpix and draw 1 more card. At this point, Ben knows exactly what's in his deck. He's got 2 cards left in deck. He can afford to draw 1 of those cards without decking out. So Abyssal for 1. He's got 1 card left in deck. And he might just have to say, I hope you don't have it.
Which, I mean, the Iono to 1 got Alex Gallade. And then his top deck for turn was Evo Soda.
It's not helpful.
No.
Alex is really scrambling. I almost wanted to see Alex... and here we go. Hydro Pump with Wailord. I almost wanted to see Alex take Palpad, put 2 live supporters back into the deck, and just say, like, I hope I top deck into one of those, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think Verse Seeker's still alive, though, right? So if he can Mysterious Tail into the Verse Seeker... then that's it. I think that might have been what he was hoping for last time.
All right, 1-to-1 prizes. Hydro Pump. What's the top deck? It is the Palpad. Alex needs 1 Psychic Energy to win the game. He can use Giratina's Distortion Door to bring it back from the discard pile. He can use Malamar's Psychic Recharge, put an energy onto it. He's got the Recycle Energy back to hand. Here's Mysterious Tail from Mew. Top 6 cards. Gets to take an item card he finds there, put it into his hand, and I think that Versus Seeker should just seal it. We see him drawing quicker now. And can he Versus Seeker for Raihan or teammates? Or
is Tulip down?
Tulip.
Raihan, he just saw off the Mysterious Tail, I think.
That's right.
Teammates might be down, though.
And Tulip should do it. Here we go. He's going to Tulip for the Mewtwo, 2/3 energy, and then can bench Mewtwo and Psychic Recharge to it. Got to make sure he has an energy in the discard pile to Psychic Recharge, right? Xatu. Yeah, he does. He just checked. He's like, I didn't mess this up, right? And then Psychic Recharge. And it is not Giratina closing the game out. So this is going to be a Mewtwo. And there we go. Mewtwo, 180 damage for the win. A nail biter there. The Versus Seeker just barely closing that game out for Alex. And we have another tie Conquest at 2-2 wins going into game 5.
That was an incredible series of events. I'm impressed. That was back and forth the entire time, and I didn't know who was going to take that, obviously, until the very last turn, right? That Mysterious Tail, Alex was looking for that Verse Seeker the entire back half of the game. He Arven for it. He's looking every time he's Mysterious Tailing, right? That was...
Yeah, that was gnarly. That was super gnarly. And we've had some great games so far. I mean, just absolutely amazing stuff. We're going to take a quick break, real quick, just a little bathroom break. And then when we get back, we're going to be back with game 5 of 7. There can only be 3 games left, and both players have 2 more decks that they need to win with. Hang tight, and we will be right back with some more Gym Leader Challenge action after this quick break. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com for the best Pokemon trading card game singles and DragonShield.com for the best sleeves and accessories. While we're gone, we'll be right back. We are back from our quick break. Thank you so much for the patience. Alex and Ben are gearing up for Game 5 of a potential 7 in their best of 7 Conquest. Both players have won with Darkness and Psychic so far. Ben has his colorless deck and... what's his other type?
He's played colorless water.
Water. That's right. Yeah. He's got colorless and water left in the pool, and Alex has colorless and lightning left in the pool. And whichever player is able to win with their final 2 decks first will be crowned Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge champion of 2024. Let's head over to the table and see what these players are going to choose for round 5.
I think Alex might have his lightning list cooked up here right now. Those are some new sleeves. We know his colorless are in green sleeves, and Alex looks like Ben might be running back the water list here. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, you would think the lightning list is heavily favored. Alex likes to play a spread lightning build with the high voltage current electivire that does 50 damage to everything on your opponent's side of the board, including the bench Pokemon, for 3 energy. But Ben plays Manaphy, which Aurora Veil, I think, is the ability name, but Bench Barrier, right, to prevent damage to the bench Pokemon. So even with weakness on the lightning side, that one card can kind of really get in Alex's way when he's trying to set up what he's trying to do. He's trying to spread a lot of damage, take a lot of knockouts at one time, kind of decimate Ben's board, right? It's going to be interesting. Obviously, the other side of the fact is, though, that the water deck... Oh, Alex might be changing it up.
I think they were just kind of shuffling their previous decks and saying all right, waiting for the next round to start. I gave Natalie the cue, so now they are both in selection mode.
Okay.
And they don't know what each other's going to bring. Alex just won, so Ben's going to get to choose who goes first or second. And I think Ben is running it back with water. And what does Alex got?
I think that's his lightning list.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. If this is water versus lightning, this is literally both players' 4th deck, right? I think both players really wanted to bring colorless, dark, and psychic, and they both have those 3 in common. They both, felt very confident with those 3 decks. Lightning and water are both players' kind of 4th choices, and a lot of this Gym Leader Challenge Conquest is going to come down to which player is able to win with their 4th deck.
Yeah, I think this was interesting. You saw a little bit of the mind games there. They both put their decks away and pulled the exact same ones right back out. I think, obviously Ben's sitting there with his water deck acting like he's about to play it. Then he's trying to get in Alex's head, say, I'm not actually going to play it, but he ended up playing it, hoping that Alex might switch off the potential lightning list.
Now, Alex does have to look out for Manaphy in this matchup. Alex is playing a lightning spread deck, and Manaphy does stop all damage done to benched Pokemon. So Alex is going to be leaning into a card like Silent Lab to try and turn that off. Maybe a Hex Maniac or something like that. We do see Alex also starts with Zapdos, so maybe could go with a quick Zapdos to start putting pressure on and pick off threats on Ben's side of the board and prevent him from setting up. That could also be another route that we see Alex take.
Not only that, he started the Elekid, right, which has free retreat, and I mean, as a baby Pokemon, one of the new babies it does Crackling Shot, 0. It requires 0 energy and does 30 to anything on your opponent's side of the board. If Alex was going second, this would have been insane. Going first, still very good. But he's threatening Zapdos next turn right now. He has Stormy Mountains, and he can start searching his deck immediately as well. Has the Regieleki. He's probably going to look out for that Blitzel. Alex likes to build this list with a lot of item cards to try and turbo out his spread Pokemon. And he relies heavily on the Zebstrika from Unified Minds, I believe, right? That has Sprint.
Lost Thunder,
that's what I said. First try. From Lost Thunder that has Sprint, and you can discard your hand, draw 4 cards. It's a very powerful draw Pokemon. It's very common in a lot of Lightning decks. So he's going to get that Blitzel out quick, and he's got Speed Lightning in hand. He's going to attach that to the Regieleki and draw 2 new cards. It's a very good turn 1 going first.
It is. You see that Green's Exploration. That is a really spicy card that he's playing in the Lightning deck. You can only play it if you've got no Pokemon with abilities in play. And we see that Evolution Incense in his hand as well. This is the kind of start where if you're playing and you choose to go second, which most players kind of do in Gym Leader Challenge format, they choose to go second as they'll be the first players to get to play a supporter card, and usually that means you're going to be the first player to attack. But with a very item-based low-to-the-ground deck like this Lightning one that Alex has, doesn't have any Stage 2 Pokemon in it. It's just very kind of simple Stage 1s and basics. If you're able to kind of get set up turn 1 going first and your opponent chose to go second, you can make them really feel bad about that decision. As I think that maybe Ben is starting to feel right now. Like, he's like, all right, there's an Elekid, there's a Zapdos, it's coming in turn 2. Like, I'm losing a prize next turn, guaranteed. And then he's going to start setting up his board even more the following turn. So it's a lot of pressure that Alex is emitting from this Lightning deck.
Also, Alex attached the Speed Lightning energy to the Regieleki. I don't think he's that concerned about using Zapdos right now. Remoraid, I'm pretty sure, is weak to lightning. That crackling shot from Elekid's going to take the knockout there on its own, right? So
that's true.
He's threatening knockout multiple ways, right? And he can still preserve the Zapdos for the following turn even. I know Alex was toying around with the new Carmen where it's a supporter you can play the first turn going first. Mm-hmm. I believe he cut it for today, but that would have been, absolutely insane if he had pulled that off.
Another option to have those explosive starts. Now, it does look like Ben is starting off pretty strong. He's got the Frigibacks, he's got a Sobble, but if I'm Ben, I just want like some meaty guy. Like, get me Lapras. That's who I want right now.
Yeah.
Is Lapras. Lapras can confuse for 1 energy, which really just helps slow down aggressive decks. It's also got 130 hit points as a basic. That's one of your beefiest basics in the water deck too. So I do like that. Looks like Ben's got the Hisuian Heavy Ball and Ultra Ball, and is just going to attack with the Remoraid. This is maybe saving the Ultra Ball and saving some of these extra cards for next turn, but man, things could get dicey here real fast.
Does he have Raihan in hand, maybe?
No, there's no Raihan in this water deck, I don't think.
No.
No. So there goes the Green's Exploration from Alex. Alex has already got Evolution Incense in his hand, so he can go get the Zebstrika if it's not prized.
I have to think Ben might have been thinking to get that 10 damage on the Elekid to Aqua Bolt it later.
Cool. That's a cool play. Maybe so. Maybe he's thinking in 4 dimensions. And Alex already knows that he is going to be using Evolution Incense to go get the Zebstrika, so he doesn't need to get a trainer off of Green's Exploration to get that now. He knows he's going to be sprinting, so really U-turn board is fine. Maybe if there's a Professor's Letter, it could be fine. A U-turn board onto the Blitzel. And then Buddy Poffin can go get maybe the Mareep and the it's either Mareep or Tynamo and the Electabuzz, right?
Yeah, that Electabuzz, you want to get him out pretty quick. He's kind of the whole goal of what Alex is trying to do here with this Lightning list. He's playing the Electabuzz from Evolutions, which is the only Electabuzz, I believe, with 70 HP, which means he's Buddy Poffinable. Which we just witnessed right here, right? So that's why we have that specific Electabuzz in this list. Evo Soda into the Zebstrika, so we're going to be able to start sprinting. He's got an energy in hand, I think, trying to decide if he wants to attach it. I would assume he does. Yes. We're going to put on the Zapdos. That's nice.
I wonder if he sees the Elekid knockout.
I don't know.
All right. Sprinting.
I have to think if he sprints that energy away, he has to, right? Because
What is that, supporter? Is that a lady? What the heck is that? What? Help me, Craig.
Wait, where?
In his hand.
I'd have to see it
It's
again.
a full art. That can't be a lady.
There's no way.
That would be ridiculous. Is this Cypher Maniacs code breaking? Oh, okay. And I actually like this play. Well, this is interesting because now Alex decides not to take the knockout and instead to just soften up the Frigibacks. And Ben's got Rare Candy Baxcalibur in hand, Ultra Ball, Irida. I mean, it's loaded, right? He's got everything.
Oof.
And now Alex is saying that I want you to take the first knockout so that you activate my counter energy and counter gain and all that stuff. But I mean, look at what you're letting Ben do now. I mean, you're just letting Ben set up his entire board. It almost feels good to just kind of run Ben off the table if you can.
Yeah, I mean, you're leaving the draw power active, right? Even if you just took the knockout with a Zapdos and you wanted to keep the Elekid alive, that was still an option. I mean, he attached the energy to the Electabuzz, but I mean, all Ben has to do is get Manaphy out, which we see him eyeing up right here. You know, he's gonna, I think, go with the Octillery and Buddy Poffin off the Irida. Buddy Poffin will be able to get him the Manaphy, and that's going to just really limit everything that Alex is trying to do. One of the downsides to the high voltage current Electivire is that he doesn't have any big attack. Your biggest attacker in this list is probably the Regieleki doing 120 Terraspark, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't math out, set up the math to take these knockouts, it gets really tough really quick.
Yeah, Ben deciding to bring the Manaphy, obviously a heads-up call. Ben says, all right, I know Alex likes his Lightning Spread deck. I am going to make sure that 2 of the decks that I have today are going to have Bench Barrier, right? And that's just like a heads-up meta call, right? You're playing a Conquest. It's when you sleeve up cards for a Conquest series, you are not playing into a vacuum. You are playing against an opponent who you have an amount of knowledge about, and you know what their deck choices may be. And the mind games don't start when you sit down to play. The mind games start in the days leading up to the Conquest when you are deciding what card slots you are going to use for what cards. Now, water decks don't always run Manaphy, but if they're worried about spread decks, then they absolutely do.
I saw both of these guys yesterday. Happened to be at the same place, and they were both trying to prep for today. But they were playing at different tables, trying to say, "Don't look at my stuff." You know, the mind games have been going on for a while now.
Exactly. Once they kind of realized that they would have to play off for this finals, they want to kind of keep as much close to their chest as they can. Looks like Ben uses Irida. He's got Octillery set up. He's got Manaphy, Ultra Ball, can go get maybe Drizzile, use Shady Dealings. I don't know that Ben is really launching an attack this turn. It does look like he's kind of continuing to set up, but having the Manaphy down is a big deal, as it will pressure Alex to have to find either a Silent Lab to turn off Manaphy's ability, or Alex will have to find maybe a Boss's Orders or a Guzma to bring it up and knock it out.
I kind of like, Alex has a quick, not taking that Zapdos knockout. Zapdos is just shy of taking the knockout on Octillery, right? Octillery has 90 HP. Thunderous Assault does 10 plus 70 if you move from the bench to the
and
angle.
Doesn't hit for weakness.
And it doesn't hit for weakness. This Octillery is actually potentially going to, live through the turn if Alex goes for the Zapdos play. He only just has, I believe Ben has energy teammates in hand. So he kind of wants it to go down. But we'll see what he gets here off of the Shady Dealings.
Shady Dealings allowing Ben to search his deck for whatever trainer card he wants put into his hand. With only 1 water energy, what are you doing? You're not going to hug for knockout, though he could. He could get, are we going to see it? Wait are we going to see a hug for knockout?
We might be. That removes the free. Well, he has the U-turn board on Zipstrike, so Alex still has a free retreater, but I don't know if I actually like that play.
No, because then it activates counter energy,
Right.
teammates, all that, So I think we're seeing a much more conservative play from Ben, where he uses Chaotic Swell to bump Stormy Mountains and just say like, all right, no Silent Lab for you. And this is interesting, though. I mean, Ben really kind of coming out early with the Chaotic Swell. As the Lightning player, Alex is very concerned about the Swell. He needs to, when is he going to be able to deal with this thing? It's a question that he's certainly asking himself, because he needs to be able to get that Silent Lab into play. So he's going to have to work his way through this Chaotic Swell first. Ben lays the Swell out. Now Alex can start to make a game plan as to how to deal with the Chaotic Swell so he can get his Silent Lab down. This is big. I mean, with all of that going on, the Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Octillery, I thought for sure Ben would maybe have an attacker that he was starting to establish, but it actually is kind of an underwhelming turn from Ben. He did further establish his board, but not really a lot else going on.
Yeah, I think Alex taking the crackling shot onto...
It was Iono. Okay, so I didn't recognize this artwork of the full art Iono. This is the promo one. That's why I was so confused. All right, cool. Full art Iono. And that makes more sense. Lady, it was never going to be a lady. Does find Level Ball and Ultra Ball off of the Iono, which means he'll be able to go get Flaffy and start using the Dynamotor ability to accelerate extra energy into play. And we'll see what these other cards look like in his hand. He's got First Seeker. He's got Counter Catcher. You probably don't want to sprint this hand away.
No, that's tough.
A lot of good stuff there.
He's choosing to Ultra Ball the remaining cards in his hand, which I believe are Quick Ball and... Was that Guzma?
Yeah. But his First Seeker in hand. Yeah. So he's thinking okay, I'll Ultra Ball and get the Electivire. I like that. It's got the 140 hit points. It's a stable card and isn't going to be easily knocked out by Inteleon next turn if, Ben gets a Water Energy and then evolves into Inteleon and wants to use the Shady Dealings to go target it down. Now it's going to be much more difficult to target down.
I have to think that Alex is lining up a play here with the Regieleki. I believe he has an energy down. Getting the Dynamotor live is going to allow him to accelerate an energy from the discard to the Regieleki. Oh, he's going to go Zapdos. I think he just might have realized that he's not about to take the knockout.
But I think that's what he wants. I think he wants to hit for 80, right?
And he's just going to do 30 off the crackling shot. He can line up the turn next turn if he really wants to.
I like swinging with Zapdos for 80 instead, right? Because you're not going to hit for weakness. I think the Octillery is weak to grass, or else the Elekid would have done 60.
Right.
So I get what Alex is trying to do. He's trying to put damage everywhere. The Octillery has 90 hit points. Mm-hmm. So I think that if you put 80 on the Octillery, you really, pressure it and you say all right, this thing is going down guaranteed by the time I use my big spread attack. So the crackling shot there is a little bit funny, but maybe Alex doesn't want to put the Elekid on the bench, because if he does put the Elekid on the bench, then that Aqua Bullet is going to take 2 prizes.
Yeah. They really are playing 4D chess over here.
I think so.
Yeah, I like the idea, though, of having used Zapdos' Thunderous Assault to put 80, because you can just, even if you have to just use Regieleki's Terra Spark, if you can get the bench barrier turned off, you're also going to take a knockout that way. You have ways to do it. The 30 will line up, and if, Ben hasn't been showing that he's doing a lot. Yes, he had the Rare Candy Baxcalibur. Yes, he has Drizzile. Okay, he's going to, attach. If you had the idea, okay, maybe he's not going to be able to retreat this Octillery. Now, obviously, he just needs 1 Water Energy to do that at this point. But you think, if he doesn't do that, I get another turn that I can Crackling Shot onto it and set my board up behind it. With decks like spread decks, you have to think about all sorts of routes that you might not normally be thinking of, because you have to math everything out every single turn. And you might find yourself in positions that you don't normally expect.
I do like that Ben has got the Lapras, big lap dog out here, getting in the paint. Lapras is one of my favorite Pokemon in the water deck. It's weak to metal, which is always welcome when you're playing against a lightning deck. It's also got a solid 130 hit points, so not exactly the squishiest Pokemon to take out, and probably going to cause some headaches for Alex because Lapras is just going to get to just continue attacking turn after turn. We also see that there are some basic Pokemon in Ben's hand that he's choosing not to play right now because he is trying to stagger the Pokemon that he puts into play so that he does not just get spread into oblivion, like that 40 hit point Staryu with free retreat. Yeah, probably not trying to play that thing.
No, that would be if Alex can have a turn where he can get the Electivire off, or even just Terra Spark, right? 40 HP, that's going to knock it out. Lapras is also really nice because in the Lightning deck, the only thing with more than 120 hit points is that Electivire with 140. If you can get 3, I mean, Lapras is doing 3 with Hydro Pump. It's going to do 100 damage this turn. You just need 1 more energy on it. Well, I guess 2 to take anything out in the deck, but 1 more takes everything but that Electivire out.
Ben fills his hand with Abyssal Hand and now weighing the other cards that he drew, making sure that he's not missing anything, but I think just going to be a Hydro Pump for 100. That allocate is going to be super dead, and we're going to see if maybe Alex has any spice. Oh, a boss's orders.
On the Zapdos, he must be an energy short because taking out the boss on the Zebstrika would have been devastating.
Yeah, and it looks like, but he's not taking this knockout either.
Really just wants to prevent Alex from doing the things he wants to do.
Yes, and this is funny because now Ben is setting up for multiple prize turns with Inteleon. So it's funny because Ben is not playing the spread deck, but he might start taking some spread knockouts here in a minute. By setting up the Zapdos, he's maybe trying to avoid those explosive plays from Alex with the counter energy, the counter catcher, all that nasty stuff, and is trying to just outmaneuver Alex. We see Alex has got the Electro Power and a Versus Seeker. Maybe it's just going to be another Iono. Yeah.
I think I like that. You kind of, I mean, you're going to give Ben 5 fresh new cards, and it's, he's had a few things that he's been able to do, but he hasn't done a whole lot. Let's see.
And it looks like Alex finds a Muscle Band. I mean, what? So are we going to really see like a Thunderous Assault for 60 with Muscle Band? The Zapdos does 10 plus 70 more if it moved from the bench to the active spot, but if it just stays in the active spot, it's only doing 10.
Yeah, it only works on your turn if it's moved on your turn.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That boss kind of sticks it there and removes that effect unless, Alex had Guzma or Escape Rope or something like that.
So I think that's what Ben was wagering, just saying like, all right, I'm going to just kind of get you stuck. You probably, being the spread decks don't play, I think, as many switch cards as maybe some of the other Lightning decks do, since they're not just like trying to always pivot in and out of the active spot. They're, maybe playing your Float Stone, your U-turn board, and maybe a switch or maybe one rope. And it's not as switch heavy. Like they're probably going to skip on cards like Scoop Up Net and stuff like that.
It looks like Alex actually has Escape Rope and Switch. I think he discarded the Switch early though.
Yes. And I think he's not playing Scoop Up Net.
Correct.
So like, some Lightning lists will also play the Scoop Up Net. But the spread decks don't have quite as many cards to pivot. So Alex is going to attach to Zapdos and sprint. He's looking for something.
If he has another energy, if he sprinted, he can Dynamotor to the Regieleki, retreat manually off the Zapdos using the Electro Power boost, take the knockout on the Lapras. I think he was probably hoping to find Field Blower, Silent Lab off of that sprint.
I think he attached to the Zapdos. Can he still get enough energy onto Electivire this turn?
Sorry, Regieleki, what did I say?
Oh, you're talking about Regieleki. That's right. Yeah. So yes, it does look like Regieleki is coming up. Sorry, I was thinking Electivire. It's Regieleki.
They're very similar names.
I know, right? Yeah. And all yellow. And it looks like the Regieleki is going to take that knockout with the boost from the Electro Power. just as Craig had said.
Wow, that's really tough, right? We just saw, with the Manaphy in play, the Terra Spark, you're not able to do the 40 damage to the bench on Ben's side. On Alex just took a prize card and he took Silent Lab. He was never going to find that off of those sprints.
Oh, wow.
So that was a really big prize card. He still needs to find the Field Blower to get that out there. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that without sprinting it away. It's a very tough predicament.
It is a tough situation. And the thing that you usually are going to have to rely on then is like, all right, am I just going to have to like Lucamine this back at some point? And it's just tough. It's one of the toughest things about playing against a deck that has those bench barrier options in the Lightning deck is like, yeah, you play Silent Lab, but like you're also a very aggressive discard deck. So you don't always get to just wait until the optimal time to play your key cards like Silent Lab. Sometimes they have to get ditched because you just have to use Zebstrika's Sprint to continue going through the deck and finding other cards you need to keep playing the game. Now, even though Alex took a prize, Ben is in a position now where Inteleon can use Aqua Bullet and take 2 prizes in return. And I bet that we're going to see the Aqua Bullet take out maybe the Regieleki and the Zapdos, and then you save Elekid there. Maybe there's a reality where Ben can like put the Inteleon back into the deck and then get it back out to take another 2 prize knockout.
Looking at Alex's board, though, what's he going to knock the Inteleon out with?
This is tough, right? Because Alex doesn't play a lot of attackers that just hit lots of damage to the active. You've already used your Muscle Band, right? I think it's already there on the Electivire. You've already used your Electro Power. So you have to figure out a way to do 80 damage so that you can knock out this Inteleon. It's weak to Lightning, and it looks like off the Colress, Ben is able to find Inteleon, I think. I see it shuffling around in there. That's it? Yeah. So he does find the Inteleon off of the Culver's, and we'll be able to use the Shady Dealings, and we are going to see that Aqua Bullet for 2 prizes.
He does have the Splash Energy on the Drizzile, so if it gets knocked out, it'll go back to hand. And the Muscle Band on the Electivire, it's doing 70, so 140 with weakness. That's just still shy of the Inteleon. You have to wonder if maybe putting that 30 damage on the Baxcalibur early would have been better on the Sobble. It's tough. Right. I mean, obviously this is hindsight, but like these are the kind of things where mathing things out with spread decks can become problematic, especially once you get bench barrier into play and you're not able to chip damage all over the place.
And imagine if this Octillery had 80 damage on it from the Zapdos.
Yeah.
Right? Like, then it's going down. So we are going to see a big turn from Alex next turn. Maybe Alex is not super stressed to leave the Inteleon in play for a turn. And I think that makes sense. If he does leave the Inteleon in play for a turn, then that means that, the Inteleon, 120 damage, doesn't knock out Electivire. He probably is not very stressed about it. But a Hex,
he's already Colress this turn, so I think he's just prepping that for next turn.
You're right.
And prepping the Brooklet Hill to bump Silent Lab if Alex is able to get that.
I like that. That's some heads-up baseball right there. Yep. Good stuff. Because Alex is probably, the Caddix. Well, God, the Caddix Swell is so problematic because he's really not doing anything if he can't get that spell out of play. So he pretty much needs a top deck Field Blower.
Yeah. I mean, what does he have in hand? Silent Lab?
I think it is Field Blower. I think it's Silent Lab Field Blower.
Oh.
I think that's his hand.
Well, then, I mean, he's in a pretty good spot if that's the case.
I think that's it. I think that's literally it. I think he's got the promo Field Blower right there.
Yep, and we see the knockout on the Regieleki and the Aqua Bullet ping damage onto the Zapdos.
Let's see, does Alex have the Field Blower? I'm pretty sure it's Counter Gain. Was it Counter Gain that I saw?
Gain.
No, that's it right there. Behind.
Oh, nope, yep, you're right.
Yep, behind the Counter Gain. Yep. So now it is time for Alex to try and cook up the nasty. Can he do it? We've got Nest Ball for Tapu Koko, and the Silent Lab is going to come down. Silent Lab does turn off all basic Pokemon's abilities. So that means that the Manaphy with its bench barrier ability is not going, or Aqua Veil or whatever, is not going to be able to stop. Ooh, and we got a Volkner too. It's not going to be able to stop Electivire's high voltage current from dealing a whole bunch of damage to this water board. However, the fight is not done here. Alex will need to spread again after this Electivire. If the Electivire goes down, I mean, he's still going to be in a pretty tough spot.
I wonder.
Ooh, counter catcher.
Yeah. Okay.
With the Silent Lab, he's knocking out the Manaphy if he does that.
All right, that kind of. I was about to say. I wonder if it would have been nice to have sprinted and try to get like a hand disruption supporter to get the Hex, the Brooklet Hill out of Ben's hand, but the counter catcher to bring and knock out the Manaphy, you just kind of get rid of the problem altogether.
So here we go. Dynamotor. Going to be able to bring a lightning energy back from... Whoop.
Guess we don't have any in the discard.
Not yet. Okay. Counter catcher on... Who you choosing? Octillery. All right. Looks like he's trying to stick Ben. Silent Lab, Field Blower, and Sprint.
He's not going to be able to stick Ben, though. He's got Muscle Band. If he has the Muscle Band on that Electivire, that's going to take the knockout.
He attached an energy to Tapu Koko. Maybe he's going Flying Flip. Or maybe he attached the counter gain to Flying Flip. Maybe he's going Flying Flip this turn.
That's true.
But if he does that, and if Ben is able to retreat out of this, then he comes up with Inteleon and takes another double knockout.
I kind of liked because I think he's trying to ping the damage onto the Inteleon here, right? To try to, then next turn, if he goes back up with the Inteleon, okay, I've got the Electivire, then I'm doing the 70. I'll take the knockout on the Inteleon.
140, right, yeah. But it's almost like too little, too late, right? It's like, this seems like, yes, you have a gnarly play cooked up. Maybe you're taking a 3-prize turn, but all Ben needs to do is like Guzma the Electivire and your whole plan is shot.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes the Wailord. 3 energy into Guzma. I mean, we know he has Hex lined up.
Yup. We do know that. I'm sure. I mean, Alex drew into Raihan, so he's going to be able to do whatever he wants. It could be difficult. Nah, he's got the Flow Stone in hand. That stall play did nothing, right? So there goes the Silent Lab. Here's the floater. And then you can Hex and say, all right, no sprinting. No nothing, right? And that Manaphy is just going to kind of single-handedly shut down this entire strategy.
Wow, yeah. The fact that he had the Float Stone and is going to be able to go back up, take the knockout with the Inteleon, and ping the damage back onto that Elekid. That 10 damage from the Remerade's coming back now.
I'm saying the Inteleon. Oh, the Inteleon taking 2 double knockouts is just so gnarly. Brooklet Hill looks like Ben is gonna say, whatever, dude, I'm getting the Star U.
Yeah, your Field Blower's down, your Silent Lab's down. If you want to get it again, you're gonna have to Lusamine for it. And
yeah, Ben's not gonna Hex. They turn off Manaphy. He's not gonna do that.
Oh yeah.
Nah, he ain't hexing, dude.
No.
That would be terrible. Right?
Well, I don't know. He's lining it up.
It'd be terrible, right?
That was close.
He was certainly looking at it. Yeah, he was certainly looking at that. Oh. Well, there it is.
All right.
And Alex is like, all right, time to party.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, right.
Okay, and we see a Hex Maniac come down from Ben. This could be his undoing. That is tough. You counter the Silent Lab so that you can turn your Manaphy's ability back on, but then you turn it right back off with Hex Maniac.
I think that was disastrous.
I do think that was potentially disastrous.
Well,
yes.
look, because now it makes the Coco play that Alex did incredible, because now their damage is lined up on the Inteleon. The damage is lined up on the Manaphy. The damage is lined up on the Octillery. That Staryu's going down. This is a 4-prize turn.
It's a 4-prize turn? It's a 4-prize turn, man.
Look, he knows it.
I know. Dude, Ben, all you had to do was not play the Hex, dog. Because there are multiple outs. And he's like looking at the light. He's like, there's just a lightning there, right? It's just a lightning and a Muscle Band, right?
I mean, he does need an out to counter, right?
He's got the Raihan in hand.
You're right. Oh my gosh,
I think Ben is saying he didn't know the Muscle Band was there, but like it was peeking out.
Yeah,
it was peeking out, and that's your responsibility to keep track of the board state.
Yes. He's got teammates in hand too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, it's 100% your responsibility to keep track of the board state. And also, like, that muscle band was peaking. Like, it wasn't like it was tucked behind.
Right.
You know,
it was.
I think maybe he thought it was an energy, but, like, you got to look.
Yeah. No. And even if it wasn't going to take the knockout there, and maybe that's what he was trying to determine. If he said, oh, this is the muscle band. If it wasn't the muscle band, you know, I can go in with Inteleon and he's not going to take the knockout. Right. But this is a very interesting situation that we find ourselves in now.
Oh yeah, this is critical because Ben turned off his own Manaphy, which is exactly what Alex needs, right? Like exactly what he needs. He's like, holy smokes, you let me do what? And that means that Electivire's high voltage current is going to be able to hit through all of that bench barrier. And even though Alex can't use any abilities, he doesn't really care. Looks like maybe he's actually deciding to go in. Okay, he's getting the Regieleki, but probably not attacking with Regieleki. This has to be the Electivire. Yeah, it has to be Electivire turn.
It's a 4-prize turn.
Yes, for sure.
Can't let that go.
No, you got to do that, right?
It's going to devastate his board because he's going to be left. I mean, he's going to be left with Max Caliber Wailord, which is really big, but you're going to have 70 damage on that Wailord. Yeah, okay, there we go.
I was going to say the counter's got to go to the Electivire, right? Right, Alex, please? Yes, all right. Counter energy to the Electivire. No sprint?
Yeah.
No nothing?
Yep.
He's saving the Rhyhorn for next turn.
Yep.
And apparently something funny out there is happening because they're giggling. Here we go. Electivire is going to take 4 prizes. Absolutely nuts. High voltage current, 50 damage to everything. Ben laid this up for Alex by playing the Hex. Oh, God.
I mean, Inteleon goes back to hand, but...
Oh, Lord.
Does he have energy to even attach to Wailord because he has no draw power now? Does he have Nessa in hand or something to get energy back to be able to attack with Wailord this turn?
Oh, man.
If not, that's game.
Because Alex has 1 prize remaining to Ben's 2. Oh, man, why did Ben play Hex? Why did Ben play the Hex? Like, that's the only way that Alex wins this game is if Ben plays a Hex.
Yeah, because now we know he has Rhyhorn in hand. He has Dynamotor available. He's going to be able to find another energy. That Wailord's going down even if he takes the knockout. Especially if he takes the knockout, probably, right?
Yeah, this seems really brutal. Now, being at 1 prize remaining... none of these comeback cards are working anymore, but I'm pretty sure Alex has played all of his comeback cards. It doesn't really matter at this point. It looks like Ben does have Nessa, so he can get enough energy back from the discard pile, but that means he's going to have to leave Alex's hand intact in order to do that. And I think that Ben kind of just has to play the biggest guy he has and hope that it's enough and that he doesn't have to pay for that. But what? Wailord's got to retreat to 4. It's not pivoting.
Yeah, Wailord is not moving. Field Blower doesn't really get you anywhere right now. I mean, I guess you would remove the muscle band off the Electivire, and if you don't take the knockout, you 100 versus 140. That's a big difference, right? Removing the muscle band. If Electivire doesn't go down and Alex gets another attack. Okay, we're going to get the Manaphy back. Yeah, that seems pretty safe.
I like that. But who cares, actually? Because...
Yeah, they're going to the deck. He's going to
who cares about the Manaphy? He's got 1 prize left. Knock out something on the bench, knock out something in the active, like whatever. Like Brooklet for the Manaphy. And then Dive Ball for... And I guess just kind of thinning the deck at this point, maybe getting... What are we getting? Lapras back?
Lapras is the only thing that's not weak to lightning at this point.
Right.
Obviously, Octillery, but you're still not moving the Wailord.
Right.
Yeah, get rid of...
get rid of the tools. Sure. Probably just the muscle band. I don't like using Field Blower on U-turn board there unless you're using N. And it looks like he is going to use N. N to 2 and just say I hope that I draw literally 2 water off this?
I mean, Alex just needs 1 energy to attach manually to Electivire.
Yeah, he's not winning if he does that.
No.
But He does have sprint as well. So this is kind of scuffed for Ben. I mean, he's not in a good... He kind of had to Nessa just to force Ben to build up a new attack. But we're going to look like fools if Ben just rips 2 water here. Like a bucket or like a letter or something like that. All right. And then we're going to be like, dang, you're goated. All right. Ain't no way. Yeah, no. That's not 2 energy. That's a Passeroonie. It's an Iono and a Drizzile, I think, which is pretty good for next turn. But yeah, we'll see. Alex gets 2. Here's Lightning and maybe Verseeker for boss. Does he literally just have it?
He's probably going to Dynamo or just start charging the Electivire up, right? He's going to do 100 to the Wailord, so Wailord will have 170. But he's not going to do anything to the bench unless he happen to have Lusamine. Oh.
Verseeker for Guzma? Oh, Palpad the Guzma back in. Okay. Yeah, I like that. And he's got the Lightning attachment, so Palpad Guzma back into the deck. You could choose up 2 with Guzma because they changed it. Up 2 with Palpad because they changed it. I know Natalie probably had to look at that because back when she played, it was not up 2.
You had to do 2?
They had to do 2. Yep. So they've changed Palpad. It's up 2, so he can put just the Guzma back into the deck. And then he's going to use Sprint. Here we go. Zebstrika. 4 cards. There it is. And that's game.
And the rope, too.
And the rope. Both of them. Gets to push around the...
See, rope first, Guzma something.
Yep. That's it. Don't overthink it. You got Dynamo too. There's no way to mess it up. I think there's no way to mess it up. Yep. There we go. Roperoonie. And Alex sends Flaffy. And then there is the game-winning Guzma on the Manaphy. And how poetic is that? Electivire, high voltage currents, no spread to the bench, doesn't matter. ×2 because of weakness. And Alex takes the lead for the first time in the Conquest.
Whoa.
Alex is up 3-2. And now all he needs is one more win. And Alex is the 2024 Gym Leader Challenge champion. How about that?
That was a wild turn of events because Ben had full control of that board. And that Hex was really unfortunate. And now, to your point earlier, Alex was able to win with his 4th deck.
He was.
He has Colorless left. Colorless isn't really afraid of water. I mean, sure, Snorlax or Wailord is really big. But what the other options that Ben has are colorless and water. So it's either a colorless mirror now, or Ben tries to play water for a 3rd time now.
Gosh, it's tough. And if Ben comes out of this thing in 2nd place, then if Ben comes out of this thing as the non-winner, then he's going to be kicking himself for that Hex for I think a while.
Yeah.
That Hex was really, really tough to watch because you're like, dang, I mean, Ben's in a commanding position. He's kind of got Alex on the ropes. He even went through the motions to find the cards to counter the Silent Lab, which is like, why are we doing that? If we're just going to turn our abilities right now, right? So kind of just unfortunate. Obviously, playing Hex is very good if you're just turning off your opponent's abilities, but turning off your own, it does do that. It affects the entire board, not just your opponent's Pokemon. So I think maybe he got a little bit tunneled in on that play. He was already kind of thinking about like, this is what I'm going to do. I want to stop him from sprinting, but then like kind of the realization setting in, and Alex just capitalizing on that open door. He's like, all right, you cracked the door open. I'm going to walk right through. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and you can even see in, we know Ben doesn't normally play the Manaphy. That's not something he normally thinks about when he's playing the water deck.
Right.
Now, water was also Ben's first badge, so he also hasn't played it in a long time. Now, clearly, he's, got a lot of reps in here, and he's played it very well in the last couple of rounds. I think it's going to be interesting, right? This is, it looks like he's planning. He might just be shuffling up again. But we know Alex has to play colorless. It's the only deck he has left. It's a pretty good one to have left. We've seen Alex play it a number of times. He's been very close multiple times. you got to hope that like Gym Leader Challenge is a format where a lot of times you can pinpoint one or two things that happen over the course of the game and say, if I didn't do this, I didn't do that, you can change the outcome of the entire game. It's really tough sometimes when you think back, but you also can say, I've learned what I can do better next time.
For sure.
Now, we got to learn that real quick right now. But like, there's you gotta have a quick or like a short memory, right? You gotta forget it, move on, and we're back in this.
And 100%. When we're at moments like this, I mean, really, it comes down to your ability as a competitor to kind of mentally get through the final couple rounds. These guys have been playing for near 4 hours at this point. The mental game is certainly a big part of it. Let's not underestimate that. These guys have been at it for hours now, and it is... and Alex has been playing from the back foot the whole time. He's been playing, saying like one game behind up until now. So now Alex has kind of showed his mental fortitude. All right, I was able to play from behind and succeed. But how is Ben going to rise to that occasion with his water deck now for the third time?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. We see Alex is going to go first here with colors. He's got Level Ball, Nest Ball to start. I mean, man, he can get Squova, he can get Oranguru, and he can just start channeling through the deck, turn one going first. We see him lining up the Squova already, checking, very quick prize check. That's good. See what all these prize. Snorlax is in the deck. I saw at least one double energy out there. This could go really bad really quick, or we have to see what happens, right? There's still a lot. They're just getting started, but, a quick Level Ball Nest Ball for Alex to start off is really strong.
That's incredible. That is literally the Squova to Oranguru. If that's what you want to do, you can start cycling through your deck. If your hand stinks, you're good to go. You can just start seeing 3 new cards every turn. So it looks like the Level Ball is going to go for Squovit and the Nest Ball. What else are we working with? Maybe Bidoof. If Oranguru is prized, then that's going to be the second best thing to get. I didn't get a look at his hand yet, but we'll see what he's working with. Squovit and Bidoof. And that is just fantastic. I mean, really, if he's got an energy to attach from hand, he's got to be feeling pretty good. Honestly, on the water side, starting Lapras is about as good as it gets. Really, starting Alolan Vulpix is like the best. And, maybe starting like a smaller Pokemon that you could retreat into Alolan Vulpix. But like Lapras is great, and it's great because it can go turn 1 Confuse Ray and just make it so that Lugia is going to be confused and will not easily be able to just start swinging in for damage next turn. So I do like that. Oh, and Alex, okay, so the rest of the hand stunk, and Oranguru was prized. Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. This guy, dude, did not just nest dash into the one-of battle VIP pass. You have got to be joking me.
And that now card will stay in his deck for at least 6 more weeks.
Yeah, unbelievable. Keep in mind, Alex has been playing Battle VIP Pass in every single one of his decks so far. We've seen 5 games. This is the first one that he's played it. And he's going to be like, oh, yeah, Battle VIP Pass is broken.
Yes. I mean, you had to send the entire deck away in Nest Dash, and you did, yes, 1 out of, 50 cards left? That was crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of insane. He's got a 0-card hand now, though, and is going to pass.
The thing is, though, starting the Lugia is actually really nice in this list because Aero Ball does 20 times the amount of energy attached to both Pokemon. So against a Hydro Pump list, that could come in handy.
Dude, Ben is not about to Iono.
No.
No, Ben. No, this is so tragic.
He's probably thinking I have nothing else, right? If that's the case.
I think he has to, right?
Oh, man.
Is that the only draw card in his hand? I think it is. Bust out the violins, folks.
Oh, no.
This is... I don't think I've seen a more severe, never punished sequence of events in my life.
I would have to agree.
Yeah.
Alex has no idea.
No, Alex has no idea that he's about to get 6 new ones. Yeah. Unreal. Absolutely crazy. And he's got no other supporter in this hand. It's got to be the Iono. And Ben, I mean, he's going to need to... he's going to need to shore up his mental right here, because this is tough. After suffering a loss and then starting the game like this, watching your opponent just kind of like, muscle through their deck turn one, set up all their Pokemon, but then have a 0-card hand. You're like, all right, at least they have a 0-card hand. And then all you got is Iono. That just feels terrible. He's going to play Iono. Both players have to put their hand to the bottom of the deck, and they get to draw a card for each of the remaining prize cards. That's 6, okay, at the beginning of the game. And it usually feels really bad to give your opponent more cards if they have a small hand, like 2 or 3 cards. But if they have a 0-card hand, he's going to boss. All
okay.
Right. Yeah. You said, I think he wants to at least save the Iono for next turn. He's just going to start hitting the Bidoof, right? Alex top decks and may Nestash the 1 or keep.
We don't really get to see what it is yet.
We don't. I do like Ben's decision to not slam the Iono. I mean, you can't, right?
No.
It feels so bad. All right, to the bottom. And the next card. You've got to be joking me.
Oh my gosh.
Evolution Incense. And Ben is dying out here. Oh, he feels so bad. He's like, how is it? If I were Ben, I'd be pulling my hair out, bro.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I'd be pulling my absolute hair out. I know. He's so he's like, there's no way, right?
Oh, hey, I mean, it's not over, right? That Bibarel's kind of stuck. There's still time that Ben can Iono next turn now with less pain. 1 energy attached, you're going to do, 70? That's just shy of the knockout on the Bibarel.
Oh my God, it just feels so bad. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, there's a couple things going for Ben. Alex doesn't have an energy drop yet. That's good. And that's about it. Okay, that's the good stuff. But if he finds an energy here, he just found Turbo. Okay, he doesn't have an energy. The TM Turbo Energize off the Bibarel would have gone crazy.
Oh my gosh. I would have had to walk away.
Yeah, that would have been really difficult to watch. Unfortunately, does not find but he actually, he's got the Marnie though.
Oh my gosh,
he hasn't played a supporter
yet.
That's right. So I think we're going to see the TM Turbo Energize, slam it to the... Oh, he's passing. Okay. Does Alex know he didn't play a supporter? Okay, but he doesn't want to Marnie Ben. Because he knows Ben has a dead hand, right?
Yep.
Or at least he thinks that Ben has a dead hand.
Right. He doesn't know that Ben has the Iono.
Right.
He doesn't want to give him 4, even though it's going to be 4 cards, he doesn't want to give him new cards.
Right. All right. So he's going to get rid of the U-turn board and the Cape of Toughness right now. Just say, get rid of that stuff. Whatever. Here we go. Iono. Now, oh my gosh. If Ben hits a water off this Iono, which he does, then he can swing with Lapras, and I don't think he finds any other basic search. He's just struggling. Okay, but he does have Evolution Incense, Drizzile, and we can get Buddy Buddy Poffin or something like that to go starts to get this board set up. If Ben decides to attach an energy to this active Lapras, then that means that he'll be able to swing with Lapras for 70. That's 10 short of a knockout on the Bibarel. But again, the Inteleon maybe later can clean this thing up, right? And might be able to take a double knockout later on in the game, which could be big. Being able to take out the Bibarel with that 20 damage ping from Inteleon could be a game changer at some point later on in the game. This is Ben's first deck search, so I think he's going to take some time and really take stock of what he has.
The other side of the coin, though, is do you just attach the energy to the Drizzile now and say you have to move the Bibarel anyways, right? Because that Bibarel's kind of stuck there right now, right? We just set... I mean, Alex did get 6 new cards. He has, Squova at Bibarel. He's going to draw through a lot.
I like this play from Ben.
Yeah.
I do. And he's got the Colress for next turn. So he's thinking all right, I'm going to go Colress for bananas next turn. I'm going Colress for 8. I'm just going to draw a lot of cards. I'll probably find Inteleon. I'll probably go Rare Candy Baxcalibur, right? We're probably going to do something like that. Still, I don't really love Alex's choice to not go for the Marnie last turn. Even if you're saying I don't want to Marnie my opponent, oh God, having no energy drop is just insane. I mean, like Alex not having a single energy drop yet. That's the one weakness of his board state. His board is looking good, but no energy in play is disastrous. And I think now we're saying, all right, Ben's using Nest Dash because he's attaching to the Bibro. Why? Because he's looking for the TM Turbo Energize. But that just got sent to the bottom of the deck. So how are you going to find it? Guzma and Hala? Arvin, I guess?
Yeah, I do wish he'd used the Marnie as well, because then, he's got a dead hand, but you're giving him 4 cards, right? Yep. That's not a lot, right? You still, and okay, sure, he's got reset stamp.
He finds Guzma Hala.
Off the Pokegear.
Yeah, he does find Guzma Hala. So this is what he's doing. He's going Guzma Hala, Turbo Energize. We're going to put a Fire Energy onto Snorlax, and we're going to put a Fire Energy onto Lugia, something like that. He's looking at the cards to discard. He's going to discard the Mela and the Fire, and here we go. So he's got it. He's back, but it was looking sus there for a second.
He has Verseeker in hand too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. That's why he discarded the Mela.
Yeah.
And Guzma and Hala providing again. Looks like he's going for the Chaotic Swell off of the Guzma and Hala. And what energy is that? The therapeutic energy?
Therapeutic, yeah.
Yeah. He's got it in a different language. So I'm like, I keep getting tripped up. I'm like, that looks like therapeutic energy, but it doesn't say therapeutic energy. He's got it in a different language, like his Lugia is, I think, Thai.
I think so. He went with Chaotic Swell. I was just checking. The only other stadium that he has in the deck is Artisan. Doesn't want to give that to him. I was wondering if he had Parallel maybe in the list. That would have been really nice to get here. Limit the bench size, but. I mean, you can't be mad at a TM Turbo Energized 2 energy on a Snorlax.
Oh, he's going both on the Snorlax. That's nice. I mean, it makes it so that you're not as stressed about trying to find a double energy next turn. I kind of like 1-1 to Lugia and Snorlax, but this is, I guess, a safer play. He does have the therapeutic in hand, so then that would explain why he's going 2 to Snorlax, because he's gearing up for the therapeutic attach next turn, which makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, this is a tie ball game, folks. I mean, we are at 66 prizes, and really, even though the starts have been, really kind of hectic, this game is evening out now, and I think that we're going to see Ben take the first knockout of the game with Lapras, and he also gets an opportunity to Colress for big, right? I think, is he going to get to Colress, or did he Iono again?
He's using Nest Ball right now, so I have to imagine he's going to get the Wailord or the Wailmer out right now. Right?
Yes. Oh, yes. But what I'm saying is, yes, Alex or Ben got to keep his hand. So that's what I was. It didn't get disrupted last turn, right? No. So Ben got to keep his hand. So he's got that Colress in his hand. He's going to Nest Ball and Colress for 9. I mean, what else do you want? You're guaranteed a knockout. Colress for 9. You're going to get like the biggest hand. So that's super solid.
Might be eyeing up, the Kyogre here too. Start sniping off the bench if you can start getting things powered up. I kind of like getting the Wailord powered up because there's, Alex already has 2 Fire Energy and Therapeutic planned for this Snorlax.
Yeah. The
only thing that can take out Wailord in a one-shot in this deck is a powerful colorless energy on Snorlax.
Yeah.
I get where Ben's going with this, but I don't really know what I really want to be sniping on the.
You have to start powering up the Wailord.
Yeah.
You have to get the Wailmer. Maybe is the Wailmer prize? No, it's right there. What about the Wailord? Yeah. You definitely have to start getting that Wailord going, because if you don't get the Wailord going, then you think about it. The Wailord it takes 2 turns to get into play, right? Because it's a stage 1 Pokemon. Right. You have to start planning those multiple turns ahead. And even though Kyogre is powerful, like Wailord's the guy that's going to win you this game, right? It is that dude.
He also just played the Capacious Bucket, got in advance of using the Colress.
To get 1 energy attachment? Okay, what is he? He's cooking up something dubious over here. And he's using Inteleon, I think, to just go get Rare Candy and Baxcalibur.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Or maybe he's already got a piece in his hand.
Rare Candy, I saw him shuffle through.
Or maybe Frostmoth? He could just go get Moth. I mean, he could just pop Moth and then load up the Kyogre now, right?
Yeah, that's true.
If he goes Letter Moth, then he could just slam the Moth down and start using Ice Dance right now.
if that's the case, if you can pop that off, then I would snipe the Snorlax, right? Okay, he's gonna get Irida and
no Colress, all right? Because then you get Moth. So, but he gets 2 selections off of Shady Dealings. You can get Irida Letter, and then you go. Maybe that's the wrong way. I think you actually get Irida Floatstone, right? And then, but I guess you can.
You can get Rope.
You can get Rope because Irida can't get the Floatstone. But it doesn't really matter because you're sniping whatever you want, right? So if the Rope's in the deck, then you just go get the Rope.
So he has to get Candy.
No, he's going for Moth. So he's going to get Moth and Rope. That would be like the 2. And there's the Rope, there's the Moth. So he's getting, Moth and Rope. And then he's piecing it all together. It's happening.
Yeah, he did discard one of the Arctivax line before, but I don't know if it was the Arctivax or the Baxcalibur.
Yeah. So it looks like that's what he's cooking. That's nuts. I mean, this is the power of the water deck, right? I mean, he's kind of going from 0 to hero here, getting his stuff lined up. But you do have to move the Lapras, I mean, or what, right? So
it's got to be Moth Rope.
I think so.
Because he took the letter off.
Yeah, like why are we getting all this energy if it's not to...
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing, right?
You gotta be careful you don't overthink it, right?
Right.
After that last game.
Yeah, right. No, and this is nice because like what? Look at Ben's board. Like, okay, he's got like the 2 fire on this. Is why I like the 1/1 split, right? Because you're like you're really kind of pigeonholing all that energy into the Snorlax and saying that Snorlax will survive, and that's just not necessarily the case. And Lugia doesn't do squat. I mean, Lugia does not do almost anything to the Kyogre. However, if the Lugia did have a fire energy attached to it, then you Mela, find a double, and then all of a sudden you're knocking out the Kyogre.
Right.
So, that first attack does not quite get there. And now Ben has to preemptively send somebody to the active spot, or Alex has to preemptively send somebody to the active spot who is just going to probably stay there because he knows the Snorlax is going down. So I kind of like sending the Snorlax because then you get to choose I don't know, later.
Yeah. He seems to be eyeing up the Kangaskhan, which is kind of nice, right? I think if he has Verse Seeker in hand, you can Verse Seeker I
think I just send the Snorlax because then like if you don't knock out the Snorlax, this is what I want active, right?
Right.
Like in some off chance reality where he doesn't knock out the Snorlax, you want the Snorlax in the active, right?
Yeah.
So you have to send the Snorlax there and make him knock it out.
Yeah, because if you send...
Ooh, and I think he prized Baxcalibur or Arctivax. Or no, that was a Nessa off the prizes, sorry. It's hard to tell with those full arts. The Kamiya full arts, I can't... It's really tough to tell the Arctivax and the Baxcalibur apart, that's for sure.
Gosh, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, here he can, if he still has the Verse Seeker in his hand to use Mela, if he gets out to Powerful Colorless, he can rally back for the knockout.
Alex in a brutal spot here.
Yes.
Not gonna lie, this is tough. This is tough for sure. You put all his energy on the Snorlax, hoping he would stay around.
He's gonna Verse Seeker Mela.
And we're gonna see a Mela to the Kangaskhan probably, and then he has to be Powerful Colorless energy.
Yep.
Period. That's just it. Yep. And that's why he's not attaching that therapeutic. He's saying, alrighty. We do also see a Rope, but there's big guys on the bench that aren't easily knocked out either. So Rope isn't really doing it.
Fighting Fury Belt doesn't even get there either. It's just 10 short.
So here's the Nest Stash, and then it's going to be an Industrious Incisors for 5. And we'll see if he can pull it off.
He did get Reset Stamp, though.
But did not find the Powerful Colorless.
No.
Does he even have an energy?
He has a fire, it looks like, I think.
That's a Lysander, is it?
Oh, yeah, you might be right.
I'm pretty sure that is a full art Lysander.
It is.
Yeah, that is just a head of hair. So, no energy. Ugh.
All right, things have turned very quickly.
Very quickly. Things have gotten disastrous for Alex. And he says pass.
Oh, man.
Oh. And that just means he's coming right back in for another 180 with Kyogre. This Kyogre is going to town, folks. This thing is unhinged. Kyogre just sends all that energy right back to the hand. So he's got the energy that he already needs in hand and can just lay it right back. No, he can't, actually. I take it right back because Frostmoth's in the active spot. So
yeah.
Tate and Liza, though. Yo. Here we go. Now Tate and Liza for the switch. That's going to allow Frostmoth to juice.
He's got Scoop Up Net in hand.
And Scoop Up Net in hand. There you go. Frostmoth, Ice Dance, Scoop Up Net. The Intellion can reuse it later. I mean, this is the power of the water deck. Oh my goodness, it is finally clicking. Everything is coming together. And we see another dynamic wave, just absolutely massive. 180 damage.
Where's he gonna hit?
It just feels so good to take the energy at this point. But like Bibarel is a very tempting option. No, Bibarel can't be Bibarel. He's got 110 damage on it.
Yeah,
you take the active. You chase the energy. You have to chase the energy, right? Yes, you have to. So you got to do that. 4 prizes to 6. Alex has got his back up against the wall. And this is how Colorless loses. 100%.
Yeah.
This is when Colorless loses games, it's because your energy wasn't flowing. You weren't able to get your energy to stick. And you weren't able to make those key plays where you've got maybe a Raihan to one Pokemon, attach an energy to a different Pokemon, and then you kind of like get to flow that way. Now, Alex does finally have something. He's starting to look alive. Raihan to the Cyclizar, and then has Reset Stamp as well. And Cyclizar, so long as you've played a supporter for turn, makes it so that you're doing 140 damage. So that is the perfect amount of damage to do in order to take the knockout on this Kyogre. So Alex is looking alive a little bit, and he's going to set Ben to just a 4-card hand, and he can continue drawing through his deck with the Squovit and the Bibarel. However, he's got a long road ahead of him if he's going to win this game, and he certainly wants the Cyclizar to live through the turn with its 170 hit points thanks to the Bravery Charm.
So now this was a position that I almost was thinking, obviously I didn't know exactly what was in Alex's hand, but you almost think you give Ben one more turn. If he's able to pull the Kyogre off, again, obviously with the Frostmoth. If he had Bax Caliber up, I probably would have scooped last turn and said, don't let Ben get momentum back and just re-roll, right? But I think we're in a position now where Alex is going to play a Rotom Phone.
That's cool. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck, and you pick one and put it on top, shuffle the rest in. I guess shuffle the rest in and then put the one on top. And so he's going to choose what card he wants to see off of this Industrious Incisors. He's got Powerful Colorless. He's going to need to find ways to put like his Raihan and his Mellow back. He needs to find Palpad.
Yeah, Palpad would be
he's
really
going to
nice.
need more of that going on. That's just where he's at. I mean, he's already down his Raihan and his Mellow, and he just does not have enough. He's down his Raihan, Mellow, and his TM Turbo Energize, and he does not have enough on this board to show for it, right?
And he hasn't taken a prize card either.
No, it's just a devastating place to be in as the colorless player. So he needs to put them things back into the deck and try it again.
It's really nice with the Rotom Phone and the Squovit. You can Squovit away your hand, Nest Stash to get that exact card that you just put on top of the deck.
There we go. Finally, Cyclizar taking the knockout with its driving buddy attack. 70 plus 70 if you played a supporter card. And the Kyogre goes down. We'll see. Alex finally on the board with a KO. Ben does not have any draw on his board. So he benches Remoraid, but is not really doing a whole lot. He can maybe evolve into Octillery next turn, but this turn, maybe he's got Hex and Confuse Ray. Like, might be legitimately what's going on. I do think you have to go for Confusion.
Yeah.
I think, but
I would agree. Because if you just say, you have to, then you're assuming that he doesn't have a supporter. Because if he has a supporter in hand.
Nope. 70.
Okay.
There's
There's a Guzma in hand.
Oh, yeah. And now Alex is in the driver's seat. Even though Ben is up one prize.
You don't have any way to switch if you Guzma. I might say you just take the Winona, because I think that's the other card's a Winona there.
Yeah, just keep setting up.
There you go.
Right? Yeah. Keep setting up, and then you just swing 140 the active, right?
Yep.
Get this Lapras out of here.
Chase the energy.
Yep. And Ben is going to have to send up a Alolan Vulpix and say, please, don't gust my board, right?
Yeah.
Now, with the Alolan Vulpix, Ben will be able to go search out both Octillery and Drizzile, and Alex won't be able to negate both those threats off of, a Gust card or something like that. So this swing of events, though, I mean, this has been absolutely crucial. This is allowing Alex to claw back into this game. Top deck is nothing. Just a Chaotic Swell. Literally is not doing anything to help his board.
Man, you have to wonder, if Alex has an out to he's going for the beacon. If Alex has an out to a disruption supporter this turn, I mean, obviously you can use Guzma to target down exactly who you want, but if you can just disrupt that hand, get Drizzile and...
Ooh, the fact that there's no Octillery, that just says, all right, I'm taking out the Drizzile.
Yep.
I mean, I'm taking out the Sobble, right? It's so brutal. And we know he's got the Guzma in hand. And, oh, man, this is... The whole series is coming down to this. Alex could just shut it away.
He has powerful colorless in hand, can attach that to the Lugia, Gust the Sobble, and Arrow Ball for 60.
He got capture. He's got capture too. He could just do that. It doesn't matter. Arrow Ball will do 246. He's already got the double on there. And if he decides to Guzma the Sobble, the Octillery must be prized or in the discard.
Yeah, the capture seems like, I didn't know you had that in hand. That seems like the safer play here. Preserve your powerful in case you get Snorlax back and need it for the whale.
Oh, and here Ben is, oh man, he's kicking himself. This is rough. Guzma with the Lugia.
Played the town map this turn. He can pick whichever prize card he wants here. See Special Charge, Rescue Stretcher, and a Fire Energy prized. All could be good options for him.
Yeah, this is so tough. Instruct, I mean, Alex is cooking. He's got the entire board set up now. Pal Pad off the Instruct with the Rangaroo. He can put his clutch supporters back into the deck if he wants. Maybe a Raihan and a Guzma at this point. You are ahead on energy attachments now, so you don't necessarily need Raihan Mela. You can kind of afford to go. Yeah, Raihan Mela is the safest play. Definitely. This is crazy, though.
Wow.
Ben is just suffering after such a couple of explosive turns. And this is exactly what we were talking about, though. This was he went Kyogre instead of Wailord, right? And over the course of 2 turns, Kyogre took 2 knockouts, but he did not have the board stability of Wailord. If you just go for the board stability of Wailord, that's just, it's like hand disruption proof.
Yeah, and not only that, he had to switch Kyogre since he had Frostmoth, right? He lost the Baxcalibur. That seems like the Baxcalibur was the one that's in the discard earlier if you pull the Arctobax out here. He has to have prized the Wailord, right?
Right. And, thinking if you don't scoop up net the Inteleon, then maybe you get a double prize cooked up. What does he get off the top? It's water energy. Arctobax, but what are we doing with a single water, right? Oh, we're trying again. This is devastating. Alex had just 3 prizes left. Baxcalibur was in the discard pile, so finally gets to rod that back in. And I think Ben also has Quick Ball in hand, so may be able to Quick Ball for Sobble. Actually, not even going for Sobble.
No, Sobble's on the bottom.
Oh, Sobble's on the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to Quick Ball the Swell, get the Sobble.
Get the Sobble, yup.
Beacon for those.
Yup.
Probably.
And then absolutely has to have the Sobble live through the turn.
Yeah.
It is, do or die right now. If there is anything going for Ben, it's that there is no Snorlax on Alex's side of the board. That's good.
So yeah, the Lysander I think still alive in the deck. The Guzma, if you pop out of the Guzma, would give you 2 options here, but I do like the Mela is safe. Obviously, you're right. You don't have
Iono now. I think Ben's fine with that. He's like, okay, whatever.
New cards.
Yeah, 4 new cards, please. And really, the next 4 cards absolutely have to be better than the cards that he has in hand. And he could get put into a ball search card. You can get put into a lot of stuff that helps, but you would think teammates, sure. Level ball, Drizzle.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah, he's into it. So at this point, Alex is going to 2 prize remain. That's a 2 prize lead with the Conquest on the line. The whole Conquest on the line. 2 prize lead. Alex got to be feeling good. Ben is in the trenches. And he kind of needs to cook up a miracle. And the escape rope, the Octillery is prized. That's why that Remoraid is going up. The sacrificial fish. And Alex's deck just keeps drawing.
Gonna get 2 more with the Bibarel. Can use that. He's got the U-turn board now. That's good. He can use the Ultra Ball to get rid of that Hisuian Heavy Ball after having played Town Map. That's no longer. Or he can just, make do.
Make do. 2 more cards. And, look at that draw power. The whole board. Squovit. Bibarel. Octillery. Chinchino. This draw power is absolutely crazy.
He didn't even choose to attach for turn this thing. I don't think. He had 2 energy in hand, but wants to hold them.
Shoo.
Very different board state than he was just 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to promote. You have no attacker on board right now. Draws into the Intellion. That's pretty nice. You can teammates Rare Candy. That actually... But you don't have any...
He could take a 2 prize knockout.
Yeah.
If he goes teammates... He doesn't have Baxcalibur. Does he have Baxcalibur in hand right now?
No.
No, it just got something. He's got Intellion, so he doesn't need to get the Intellion off of teammates. And then Intellion can go get Baxcalibur, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you teammates for... You'd have to get 2... He hasn't played Bucket or Letter, I don't believe, but how many energy does he have
I thought
left?
he did play a Bucket or a Letter before Colress one turn, right? Or was that last game?
Yes, I just saw Letter in the prizes, I believe, and I think he did play Bucket already as well.
Let's see what he's into here. Teammates. He's got to play it. Rare Candy. But I don't think that he has anything that will, get him energy, right? That's like the absolutely devastating thing about his situation.
Yeah, because you can get an energy. You have to get the Rare Candy, but you can get an energy off the teammates. And then you can get Dive Ball to get the Baxcalibur off of the Shady Dealings. But you have no access to your Professor's Letter or Capacious Bucket to get more energy, and you don't have. If Octillery's prize, you have no way to draw. It's tough.
Yeah, he's in a really brutal spot. You can tell he's really in the tank right now. Off teammates. You can't play any other supporter. So, he's got 2 water. Okay, he's got another water in hand. So he teammates for 1 water.
Okay.
He had to do that. And he had the other water, and he could go get the Dive Ball to go get the Baxcalibur. I didn't see the other water in his hand.
No.
So he just had to teammates for Rare Candy water, and then can use Intellion's Shady Dealings ability and can go get the Dive Ball that he needs to go get the Baxcalibur. Then he can use Baxcalibur to accelerate to the active. So this is as good as it gets.
Yeah.
For Ben right now. Ben had been, planning on this 2 prize Aqua Bullet from the beginning. He's going to take out the Bibarel. The Bibarel is a significant part of the draw of Alex's deck. He's going to tie it up at 2/2 prize cards. He's got the Intellion in the active spot, which just has a huge amount of HP. So he's going to have to get the, a 4 energy Lugia to deal with it, right? And we do know that without Bibarel, it's going to be more difficult for Alex to find those key cards that he needs, maybe Mela or Raihan to finish off the game. So, still no Wailord. It really is kind of hurting my soul right now.
It's got to be prized.
It is definitely hurting my soul because, I mean, who else wins this game, right? Like, who is the fat guy that doesn't get one-hit KO'd?
There's no other attacker on board.
And Ben doesn't play my favorite guy, Wishy-Washy, all right? Wishy-Washy is nuts, and he's fat, 180 hit points. But right now, it's like Ben needs a fatty who's not going to get knocked out. He is taking the 2 prizes, so this is good. I mean, we are at a 2-2 game. This is a great match. I mean, just absolutely back and forth. We love to see it. What can Alex do to respond?
He drew off the gift, accelerate, and then promoted Squovit. So that's where we're at. And now he's going to draw for turn. And drew Revive. Must have had a 6-card hand. Drew just 1 off the gift on the knockout on the Bibarel. I kind of like, yeah. Make 2 away the Ultra Ball's fine. You got that Revive, a double turbo. All right.
Does he have Mela or Raihan in hand?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so, no. I think he sent them to the bottom of the deck like the turn previous.
But you still can, I think, you have to attach an energy to Lugia to take the knockout. Lugia's not going to be able to attack next turn if you use Deep Crush. But getting the Snorlax back here, would be really good for threatening next turn because he has so much draw ability. He has double turbo in hand. I would hope he doesn't Squovit this turn away, right? You kind of want to hold on to it. He's got plenty of energy in hand. He attaches the powerful.
Yep, like that. And just play down like the Fury Belt, play down your cards, and just say, all right, I'm thinning out. And we've got next turn, we've got Squovit, we've got Industrious Incisors, or no, not Industrious Incisors. We've got Squovit, we've got
Instruct.
That's it, the other eye ability. And heck. This is it.
Oh, man.
Disaster. Hex Maniac with the Lugia knockout. Absolutely insane. Oh my gosh. This is gnarly. Lugia Deep Crush, 160 damage, 180 with the powerful colorless. And now Ben is left with no abilities. Hex Maniac, spelling disaster. Hex Maniac makes it so that all abilities stop working till the end of Ben's turn. Oh my gosh, just absolute devastation. Like, what more can you do if there is... Oh, man.
I mean, the consolation is Alex needs to switch.
Yes.
Right? Lugia cannot attack again.
He's got Nessa. I mean, he can go like Lapras Confused, but the thing is the Lugia has to switch anyway.
Yeah.
So this is like your best bet. But gosh, it feels so terrible.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing else that's on his board that's threatening, but I know Alex does play Mallow and Lana.
Oh, yeah.
So that has to be at the forefront of his mind. He's got Tag Call in hand. He took it off the prizes. So that's just guaranteed, right?
Yeah. And it looks like this is all Ben's got. Retreat into Lapras. And Confuse Ray. And Alex going for the tag call. Tag call for Mallow and Lana and Cynthia and Caitlyn. Does he have a way to pivot, discard the cards?
He just can switch. He doesn't even need to discard.
And yes.
He's got the U-turn board on the Squovit.
U-turn board on Squovit. Deep Crush. And Alex is your 2024 Gym Leader Challenge champion at Full Grip Games. Congratulations to both players. They had an outstanding season, both earning 5 badges or excuse me, 8 badges at Full Grip Games, now playing a best of 7 Conquest for the title of Gym Leader Challenge champion. And Alex coming out on top with a 4-2 victory. Huge congratulations to Alex for the dub, and well fought by Ben.
Yes, congratulations to both players for making it this far. Congratulations to Alex for coming away with this. These were incredible games, Andrew. This was a joy to watch. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed what we were able to watch today.
Yes, absolutely. Huge thanks again to Ben and Alex for being such great sports and playing for us, the audience, and we got to watch, I think, something really special here with both these players competing for the title of Gym Leader Challenge champion. Huge thanks again to Natalie for being the table judge, and of course, huge thank you to my co-caster, Craig, for joining me here today. I appreciate you, Craig. Thank you so much for being here and doing this really special stream for us. This is our first ever Gym Leader Challenge League champion. So our first ever Gym Leader Challenge League champion has been crowned. It is Alex Carpenter.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had a really good back half of the season and came back and showed why he was able to get to this point, right? Like, he was able to win with the strong decks and decks that he likes, right? That spread lightning list, he capitalized on, this is why you play it out, right? You could see sometimes you get in the tank too much. Sometimes that happens, right? And it's really easy to get lost. I mean, they've been playing for 4 hours nonstop. Maybe a break or two here and there. It's tough. I mean, you're on top, like, mentally the entire time. So they did both incredibly.
Oh yeah.
And it was great to get to see them show off how good they are and how they got to this point.
Absolutely. Just absolutely impressed with the play that we got to see. Some really, really amazing and special games. Can we get Alex back here real quick?
I was going to ask, do you want just Alex?
Yeah, just give me Alex real quick.
Okay.
Yep. And Craig, can you give me that booster box right there?
There we go.
Oh, yeah. That right there. Excellent. We're going to get Alex back here for a little victory interview and talk to him a little bit about his season and his deck. So, again, just so impressed by the play that we saw from both players. And, a small prize, really. There's a huge trophy. I don't have it with me right now. My buddy Alex just sent it to me. Not this Alex, but another Alex. Just sent it to me. But I'm going to pull up the picture of the trophy so that you all at home can see the prize that our champion Alex is going to be winning. Congratulations, Alex. Ooh. You were the winner of a booster box and the first ever Gym Leader Challenge Championship trophy.
God,
Hold on.
That thing looks massive.
I know it's going to be insane for you to hoist it, but I don't have it with me right now, so I know it's going to be here soon though. But let me just download it to the desktop, okay? And then I'm gonna pull it from the desktop, and here we go. You could just make pretend. There it is, the Gym Leader Challenge. I have a buddy who owns a machine shop, and
he whipped something up.
He just whipped this up, and this thing is huge. Okay, it's like it is like a freaking thing. It is a freaking unit. All right, Jeez. It is a chalice. So this is gonna be your championship trophy. Congratulations, Alex. How does it feel after a year of work? Did you think you'd get to this point?
Oh God, you always hope, but I didn't expect us a lot to say. But yeah, it's especially when I did not get out to nearly the start that you and Ben did.
That's true.
I think you guys were both at 7 badges when I got my 5th.
Yeah,
and then water took so long.
But you got the water badge.
I did.
Yeah,
by taking your deck.
Yes, literally. Yes. And I think what needs to be said about your season was that you had knocked off a couple of badges that people considered to be really challenging. You had won with the fire deck.
Yes, I will never forget the rhyme for game against you in that finals.
I know. You beat my colorless deck.
The top decking the muscle band.
I know. Yeah, keeping me from getting my colorless badge. I mean, so many memories. What led you to bring these 4 decks to the Conquest today? And were you confident with the choices you brought? And after the way everything played out, obviously you won, but did you feel like you made the right calls?
Obviously, I mean, I won. Hard to say I didn't. I do think, at least in the decks that I brought, I thought that I made the right calls. I was leading towards, I almost played Dark in the opening game. And I just went back because I'm much more comfortable with colorless. And I just went, no, I'm more comfortable, and it's not lightning. Because as everyone at Full Grip knows, lightning is my bread and butter, my baby. That deck, me and Hunter, another who's was on for the One Retro stream. We around the time we started the badges, started hammering out that deck, and it took us a month and a half of playing nothing but that deck, but we got it to where it is so streamlined, just so, we
got to watch it.
Yeah, you did.
It was sick.
Oh yeah,
it was sick.
Especially when he played Hex.
When he played Hex, man.
After searching out the Staryu, oh God.
What was going through your mind? What was happening at the table in that moment? That Hex, I felt like the whole Conquest hinged on that play.
That definitely helped a lot. In general with the Lightning, though, I had, as long as he got rid of Psychic, I felt fine with Lightning into anything else, because everything else is rather squishy. Dark, other than Guzzlord, so small. Colorless, if you just punch Snorlax, everything's relatively small. Squovit is the tiniest thing. Because he didn't get to play it, but that was
never played Colorless. Yeah,
Colorless was the other deck he brought. It's just the Psychic that tends to bring issues for that deck a lot. But when he played, because I did have, as you guys might have seen, teammates and Raihan still in hand, so I would have at least been able to knock out the Inteleon. But when he played that Hex, and I realized that just won me that game. Like, there was, because otherwise I would have had to just blind sprint into Lusamine and another energy. Otherwise, it was looking rough. But he made that mistake. Did
he kind of comment on the fact that maybe he thought that he shouldn't have done it at the table?
About 2 seconds after he played it, yes. He searched out Staryu, played Hex, and went, rip. Oopsies. Maybe I ought not to have done that. Right. Yes, that's what we were all wondering, and we were sitting here back in the booth commentating. And we were like, "Oh no, he's got the Hex, but he won't play it, right? That'd be so bad if he did that." And then here it comes, Yeah,
and it was the Hex heard around the world for sure.
It was great, but
excellent. Well, is there anyone you want to thank? Any people who helped you test at Full Grip for your championship win?
Hunter has helped me build my decks throughout the year. Cole, who actually won the first week of this new season, helped me test a good bit for this. Just everyone, just in general, just playing the game so much is part of what is a lot of what helps. So it's like a lot of times where I go to build a deck, I'm like, what is actually good in a deck?
Yeah,
and that only comes with practice.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Alex, and thank you so much for joining us today for this stream, and thank you all for watching. We're going to be getting out of here as it's Sunday and it's kind of warm in the studio, and I'm like sweating right now. You can see how it's warmer.
Oh yeah, it was. We had AC out there. It was nice.
Yeah. I made sure the AC was functional this week out there. It's great.
Squovit the goat in that last game,
bro. Yeah, we could not believe what we were watching. We could not believe it. Anyways, huge congratulations again, Alex, and thank you all so much for being here. If you're watching on the VOD channel, thank you for watching. Make sure to give the video a like and
Hello,
tell your friends.
emulator.
Tell your friends about the VOD channel as well, as that's where this whole conquest is going to live, on the Tricky Jim VOD's YouTube channel. Make sure to check out our sponsors, Full Grip Games and Dragon Shield. Full Grip Games has all the best sealed product and TCG singles for your Pokemon collection. And of course, Dragon Shield makes the best accessories in the game for your favorite trading card games. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. Goodbye.